I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
walked into the doctor's office and there were 2 doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down and said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry. And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And this sudden, strange peace just came over me. And so I sat down back in the chair and said to the doctor, okay, what's the plan?
Wow.
And they were shocked. This is where I'm going to advise people. Whenever you go and get results and there's more than one doctor, know that there's fire on the mountain. I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory. We're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years. And by God's grace, that's all behind me. Where cancer is concerned, don't cut and paste somebody else's treatment.
Right.
Because every single diagnosis is different. Pray every step of the way. Pray for the doctors that will treat you. Pray for the things that will be used to you. And then just surround yourself with things that make you happy.
Yeah.
Because once you're mentally and emotionally alert and happy, that even just helps your body with healing too.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. First, the headlines. Tinubu signs North Central Development Commission into law. Senate reshuffles committee appoints new chairman. Banks raise 1.7 trillion naira in recapitalization drive. China hits back at Trump with tariffs on U.S. imports. I was close to signing for Barcelona, says Ronaldo. To begin the news, President Bola Tinubu has signed into law the bill establishing the North Central Development Commission. Senate President Godswill Akpabio announced the signing of the bill yesterday during a session in the Senate chamber. However, he didn't give details on when the bill was assented to by the president. This announcement comes a day after the president assented to a bill establishing the Federal University of Environmental Technology in Ogoni, Rivers State. Moving on now, the Senate has made minor adjustment appointing new chairman and deputy chairman. This follows President Bola Tinubu's approval of bills establishing development commissions across various regions. Akpabio made this remark while presiding over the Senate's resumption after a 2-week recess on Tuesday, noting that the appointment will help to oversee the commission. The Senate President praised lawmakers for their commitment during the 2025 budget, defense sessions, and emphasized their role in ensuring a viable financial plan for the year. The Senate also reshuffled some standing committees. Still on now, Nigeria's banking sector recorded a strong start to the year, with the NGX banking index surging by 9.76% in January, significantly outperforming the broader market, according to a corporate report obtained from the Nigerian Exchange Group on Tuesday. The rally was fueled by increased investor confidence amid the ongoing recapitalization exercise, which has seen banks raise a total of 1.7 trillion naira in equity capital in the first phase of the capital raising drive. The Apex Capital Market Regulator, the Securities and Exchange Commission, also confirmed the figures, highlighting robust participation from investors. NGX noted that the banking sector's stellar performance in January was driven by strong demand for financial stocks. The Central Bank of Nigeria's recapitalization directive, which mandates banks to meet new minimum capital requirements by March 2026, has been a major driver of market sentiment. And to end the local news, the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, has ordered an immediate and thorough investigation into allegations of criminal activities, including theft within the Okere Correctional Center in Warri, Delta State. The directive follows recent media reports exposing alleged misconduct at the facility. Condemning the reported infractions, the minister, in a statement by his aide, Babatunde Alao, on Tuesday, reaffirmed the zero-tolerance policy on indiscipline and misconduct, warning that anyone found culpable would face severe consequences. The minister also called on members of the public to provide any relevant information that could aid the ongoing investigation. And on the foreign scene, Beijing announced a broad package of economic measures targeting the United States on Tuesday, hitting back after the United States President Donald Trump imposed 10% tariffs on Chinese imports. The fresh duties announced by China's Ministry of Finance levy a 15% tax on certain types of coal and liquefied natural gas and a 10% tariff on crude oil, agricultural machinery, large displacement cars, and pickup trucks. The measures take effect on February 10. The Ministry of Commerce and China's Customs Administration also announced new export controls effective immediately on more than 24 metal products and related technologies. Those include tungsten, a critical mineral typically used in industrial and defense applications, as well as tellurium, which can be used to make solar cells. Also, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held talks with President Donald Trump about defeating Hamas, dealing with Iran, and building better relationships with Arab countries. The meeting held at the White House yesterday was Trump's first time meeting with a foreign leader since he returned to office. The meeting happens as the United States and Arab countries try to arrange the next step in a deal to slow down the war in Gaza and free dozens of hostages held by militants. Before leaving for Washington, Netanyahu said he and Trump would talk about victory over Hamas, achieving the release of all hostages, and dealing with the Iranian terror axis in all its components. And now to sports. Portuguese football legend Cristiano Ronaldo has made a startling revelation, disclosing that he was close to joining Barcelona during his time at Sporting Lisbon. The 39-year-old forward, who moved to Real Madrid in 2009, spent 9 seasons with the club, scoring 451 goals in 438 competitive appearances and winning 4 UEFA Champions League titles with low blancos. Speaking in an interview with El Chiringuito, Ronaldo, who now plays in the Saudi Pro League with Al Nassr, hinted that Barcelona had shown serious interest in signing him before joining Manchester United. However, he revealed that move to the Catalan club ultimately fell through, leading him to sign with Manchester United instead. And to end the news, Nigerian striker Taiwo Awoniyi is reportedly set to remain at Nottingham Forest despite a season plagued by limited game time and only 1 goal. Interest from Everton and West Ham have fueled speculation of a potential move during the January transfer window. Awoniyi, who is 27, has struggled to secure a regular starting position under manager Nuno Espirito Santo, often finding himself behind Chris Wood in the pecking order. His Premier League appearances this season total 19, but only 2 have been started, with the remaining 17 coming off the bench. While Everton and West Ham were reportedly keen to acquire the former Liverpool forward, Forest have maintained their stance of not settling him this month. And those were the headlines this morning. My name is Elizabeth. Please don't go away.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day, Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
On behalf of our author and BusinessDay, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and Israel. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, BusinessDay, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
there's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations, and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service, on both the supply side and the demand side, that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services, there's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria, and yet everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I walked into the doctor's office and there were two doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down and said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry. And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And this sudden, strange peace just came over me. And so I sat down back in the chair and said to the doctor, okay, what's the plan?
Wow.
And they were shocked. This is where I'm going to advise people. Whenever you go and get results and there's more than one doctor, know that there's fire on the mountain. I'd had.
Welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this is the top story analysis. And I've got here with me Mr. Mohammed Akonji, who is our in-house analyst. It's good to see you, Mr. Mohammed.
Good morning. Thank you very much. And how are you?
I'm very well.
Thank you. This is the first time I'm seeing you this week.
Yes. How are you doing?
Oh, very well. The media space will always be awash with information.
It's a mixed bag, right?
I would say that.
Always a mixed bag.
It's a mixed bag. I think it's the head spinning report that's emanating from the White House every day.
Okay.
You know, what you say, like, it is a hit back to back to back. The way the man is, with this recent thing about taking over Gaza, you know, about 2 million people. I'm talking about Trump. He was with the Israeli Prime Minister yesterday, and some of those things that spilled out there were really, really shocking. I don't know. That he's going to resettle the Gazans. We're talking about 1.8 to 2 million people to maybe other Arab lands, and then they are going to be able to clear the place and things like that. So, you know, it was shocking because, in fact, one of the news reporters said maybe most of what Mr. Trump said are kind of the curve, like maybe just on top of his head. He's just able to think it out And because if you see the countenance of the Israeli Prime Minister when that statement was made, but I'm sure okay, maybe it is something that is worth considering, taking them away from there. But they fired back that nobody, this is their homeland, this is their fatherland, nobody can take them away from their land. And but you see, the question is, I kept seeing Donald Trump doubling down on that position. Is it doubling down that maybe after this war, the Israeli-Palestinian war, Gaza majorly, they're going to be able to take them away from there, resettle them somewhere else, and then maybe that is one. And the other thing that I think shocked me when I heard the news this morning was a man called Adebayo Shitu. He's a minister under Buhari's administration from Oyo State. In fact, he was a governorship candidate. So I think he granted an interview yesterday and said somebody called him. A woman called him to request for 3,000 naira. Remember, a minister.
Right.
And he said he does not have. I'm talking about an ex-minister. That the woman called her 30 times, The
man called him.
Called him 30 times. Because he said he does not have 3,000 naira.
3,000 naira.
Because that's what the woman requested. Of course, he was talking about maybe Nigerians have turned beggars and the likes. And then the person asked for 3,000 naira. An ex-minister, remember? An ex-governorship candidate in Oyo State under CPC.
Does not have 3,000 naira.
That's what he was saying. And that was what I was really shocked, So, has he really got into that level? Because, of course, I didn't able to know his pocket. The argument has been there. If you see online. Joking? I mean, was he be joking? Because it was an interview actually be able to. He granted a particular show yesterday where he mentioned that. And then it became like a soundbite of, the woman, in fact, called him 30 different times, 30. For that 30 times requested.
At this point, I feel like there might be a
so he was talking about
Nigerians
have turned beggars and things like that. Then he's not be able to now drive it home to inform that even himself, somebody asked for 3,000 and he does not have. And I was like, seriously? Has he really gotten to that level? People are looking at the next minister. So the argument has been, maybe he doesn't want to give that 30,000. Has he gotten to that? Has it gotten that bad? You understand? So maybe it's really a thing.
Well, interesting things are happening.
Of course, that's what I'm saying, will always be happening. A lot of things. The space will always be awashed. Dynamics, ups and downs, here and there. Every day anyway, we wake up to them. Maybe that's what keeps us going, perhaps.
It definitely is what keeps. If we didn't have all of this news,
everything would just actually be linear and then
I watch with all sort of news. Will you wake up in the morning? We will have something to talk about. Absolutely not. But let's talk about what we have on the top stories this morning. Yes. Senate reshuffles committee and appoints new chairman. This is interesting news, and I'm looking forward to see what the new chairman can
be able to bring it to the committees.
I'm looking forward to that.
I think, I'm sure you would have actually been able to mention that in the news. There have been regional development commissions, just like the popular one that we all know was the NDDC. I think that was as popular as anything. When one of them was saying, off your mic, you remember off your mic saga was as a result of the NDDC. And then we've had other development commissions for the other geopolitical zones. But the only region that have not had has been the North Central, Kwara, Benue region. I mean, the Development Commission to take care of them. So on Monday, the president, part of the bills, the raft of bills that the president signed, was to be able to sign for the North Central Development Commission. So we now have, according to these political zones now, there is now a regional development commissions. So we have Southwest Development Commission for us here in the Southwest. You have Northeast Development Commission, EDC. You have NDDC, that's for Niger Delta in their own axis. Then you have Southeast Development Commission. So the last one, it has been 5 before now. Remember, we have 6 geopolitical zones. So the 6th one was just signed. And so that motivated, or that's actually been able to push the Senate after their 2 weeks plenary. They've been on plenary. Plenary is like their own break. That's what they call plenary. They have been on a break since 2 weeks to attend to budgetary matters. So remember, they just sent the budget to the president on the 31st of January after the scrutinization and everything. So the Senate president was welcoming them back yesterday, and that informed the reshuffling of standing committees, and most especially the committees for regional development commissions, the Southwest, the Northeast, as I mentioned, those 6. So, and we see that there are some changes, Juzo Kalu for Southeast, the chairman and deputy chairman, across some of the standing committees. So I think it is expected, and we see the commendations that the Senate President also, dished out to his members, to his colleagues anyway, to his colleagues for the job they did about the budget. I'm sure every day, most of the times that I came here, if you remember the last 2 weeks of January, they always one issue or the other about, this ministry said they want to spend this money on these, and then the Senate were able to bring it out. Even though there have also been some fire back at them. We heard that one of the vice chancellors from Sokoto said that they asked him to pay, was it not 30 million to get his budget approved? I said because he does not have, that VCs are paying Senate millions of naira to have their budgets. It was one that is that one of the federal universities that was over there in Sokoto said because he does not have the 30 million to pay. That's why they are grilling him. I mean, it was as well in the news. And in fact, I think one of the things I was actually writing today is the price of legislative approvals. Is there a price that you have to pay to get some of your provisions, some of your budgetary requests passed? So it was really, really shocking when the Vice Chancellor came up with that. But that should not be able to take away from the Senate as well. The Joint House Committee, the Senate and the House of Reps, in terms of what they have done in scrutinizing the budget and actually be able to check it line item by line item and to ensure that the thing is properly sketched out. So I think that was what informed the chairman of this commission, the standing committees in the Senate. And just like you said, maybe some committees we have actually been able to see what they've been doing. Maybe education have actually been able to come out well. The National Correction Service, most especially the one Oshiomole he's in, Comrade Adams Oshiomole. We've seen him being frontal, about those ministries, especially if you look at the case, how he took the National Correction Service, the prison services, how he took them to task. The case about JAM, I think you read that here as well, that JAM was actually did this on fumigation and maybe on traveling. And then before they came out and said, maybe they didn't be able to check that well. So we know the Senate and the House of Reps did some very good job in scrutinizing the budget, and he commended them for that. So the commendation was there, because of the time that they had, and then dovetailing down to announcing the new committee members and then setting up a new committee for the North Central Development Commission, just like I said. So the question will still be, because remember, these are regional development commissions. They are to oversee development in those geopolitical zones. This is not a state thing now. So if you have Southwest Development Commissions, there are 6 states in the Southwest. Just like 6 states in the Northeast, 6 states in the Northwest, even though there are 5 in the Southeast and 6 states in the North Central. So their focus should be how we'll be able to bring development to the regions, balanced development, such that it is not skewed towards one state at the expense of the other. That's actually the essence of this. So budgetary provisions were even made to those development commissions, at least for the first time, because it used to be NDDC, and then before that, regions too demanded for theirs, and they were able to have it. So we would see in days ahead. This Senate is about 2 years as well now. People, there's still a lot of jury out there as to the performance of the Senate, what they've done. I think they did a very good job in the area of the budget scrutinization, in the area of the budget probing. They did a lot of probing. That was quite good, because they are able to open our eyes and expose us to some of the major line items. I think I got to be able to know a whole lot when I watched some of the proceedings. So the resumed plenary back yesterday. Plenary is the whole house again. They've broken down into committees. So the full plenary started back yesterday, and then I think that was what informed that.
Well, I think you've already started talking on
the North Central Development Commission that the president signed. I mean, that's what informed maybe the story. Right. I think that was what informed the story about the reshufflement and things like that really kind of happened.
So let's talk about the banks raising 1.7 trillion naira in recapitalization drive. Firstly, the recapitalization drive itself has been ongoing, I think, since last year.
Of course, April last year.
Yeah, last year, and it's
2 years, a 2-year target to 2026.
It's actually something that, if I'll be honest, I've gotten a couple of people ask, like they don't really understand, like the layman outside don't really understand.
The meaning
what
recapitalization.
really is recapitalization. So, Mr. Mohammed, just for the sake of our audience, do you want to help us
shed light in that regard?
Shed more light on that.
Thank you very much. Okay, so maybe I think it's as one of my professors those days used to say, that it's a marriage of two words, right? Re and capitalization. So we know that businesses, one of the vehicular movement of businesses is capital, finance. Maybe we'll put it that way. So to set up a business, you need capital. I'm talking about finance in this regard, not the capital from the economic angle, maybe capital from finance and accounting angle. So they call finance as capital, the money needed. So basically, capital is, first of all, how much is needed to set up a bank in Nigeria. It's always a requirement. So it's not like I was just saying, I have one room I have 3-bedroom flats. Let me just convert one room to bank and I'll be collecting people's money and I'll just start bank like that. It could have just be so easy. And I said, if it's about just setting up a bank, it's just a business, let me just convert one of my rooms into a bank and then ask people to be coming into it and say, I have a bank in my house. So it's not done that way. And that is why there is that regulatory provisions in terms of, okay, to set up a bank in Nigeria. Now, how much do you need? Now, the last recapitalized before this last one, the last one we had was in 2005. If you remember then, and it is the mandate, it is within the course of the central bank to give such instructions out. So in 2005, before 2005 was 2 billion. You needed 2 billion to set up a bank. But when we look at the capital base, the worth of all, there's in Nigeria we have about 89 banks at that point in time. 89. If you compare all the asset base of these 89 banks, the first two banks, ABS and the other bank in South Africa, all the capital, the asset worth is not even up to the top two banks in South Africa. And so that motivated the central bank governor then to announce that, okay, we are going to be able to raise the capital base to set up a bank to 25 billion. By 2010, I think it went to about 50 billion. But the 2024 announcement, if you can remember, March 31st precisely last year, was that the amount will be raised to 500 billion for banks with international license. Okay, so because when you apply to the central bank to start a banking business, there are three categories of license they can give you should remember. So you can apply to say, I want to have an international license, which means that you have international branches, just like you have GT Bank, UBA, you have international branches in London, they are quoted on London Stock Exchange in France, in South Africa, in Ghana. You can apply for regional license, national license, where I just want to operate within Nigeria. All the 36 states, that's national. And you can also apply for regional license. I just want to be in the north, or I want to be in the south. You understand? That's a regional license. So those licenses are what central bank will give when you want to be able to begin your banking operations. So if you're applying for banking operations with an international license, you needed to have 500 billion now to set up. If you're doing it for national license, you're required to have 200 billion. And if you're applying it for regional license, I think that's 50 billion naira. So there are those categories there. But of course, nobody was just able to mention 500 billion. So that was what actually able to inform. So banks, the central bank, when you're not able to give that mandate, they don't just expect you to start and not be able to be digging out the money by yourself. You are given options to raise the fund. So the options of raising the fund can now come from through the idea of buying shares, selling shares that we all know. Some of them can be able to do M&A, merger and acquisition. 2 or 3 banks. I have 300 billion, you have 200 billion. Let's come together, right, to meet up targets. Some of them are always like that. So the idea of that was what we were able to inform the capitalization. So the central bank gave 3 major criteria or 3 major strategies for you to raise the fund. So one of them is just what you've just said, which is public offers.
Okay.
So public offers, offer shares to the public, invite the public to come and buy. I'm sure you'll be able to see quite a lot last year. I'm sure now Stanbic IBTC is even out now, and we're still expecting some other banks. So, but I know this figure before Dr. Dr. Agama, who is the SEC, Security and Exchange Commission, that will be able to give the go-ahead, the green light to launching, after the go-ahead for you to be able to begin the operations. for you to begin the public announcement and the likes, said banks through their e-offerings, their electronic offerings now, were able to raise close to 2 trillion, 1.7 trillion, 1.69 trillion, 1.7 trillion from public offers. And that was quite good enough. Because if you remember, because of the time, this is an explanation that needs to be done. When the central bank made the announcement, they ensure that there are certain part of your capital structure. Banks are what they call capital structure, what constitutes your fundings. About 2 of them are not expected to be included. They are excluded as part of your capital arrangement. One of them is what we actually be able to call share premiums. And which is share premium is more or less like what you are able to accumulate over the years. Tier 1 capital. Tier 1 capital are not allowed to be included. So that we can be able to see the true state of those banks and those true state of the financial institutions. So banks were forced to go out. Other than very few of them who are parent companies abroad. So going out, so what they have been able to raise, this is just about 9 banks who went ahead with it last year. 9 banks were able to generate about 1.7 trillion. Though the gaps that they needed, that if all the banks were able to meet up, the gap was about 4.7 trillion that they needed to be able to make up. Other banks have not been able to release their guidelines yet. Where those that have released have explained to us how they wanted to be able to meet up the shortfalls that the central bank expect from them. I think that was what really happened. I'm not sure if I've been able to do a bit of justice.
Well, I think because we don't have a lot of time,
to explain
I think just a little bit, but we'll probably have to set aside like a whole segment, to talk about recapitalization and all of that. Because last year I know that we had a Twitter space where we had these conversations, remember, and that you were one of the guests. But let's move to because we have to quickly wrap up now. I just want to hear your thoughts on the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Ojo, ordering immediate and thorough investigations of allegations of criminal activities, which include theft at the correctional center in Warri Okere. What are your thoughts on
of course. I mean, most of us remember when VDM, I think VDM was what I've been able to expose the whole thing. Very dark man, sorry. I should be able to mention that. What happened during Bobrisky's incarceration last year? The exposure that he brought out about what went on in what we refer to as our National Correctional Services were really eye-opening to a lot of people, that a lot of people that are VIPs, in fact, even have their loved ones. Some of them collect bribes. They allowed foods to come in. They allow a lot of things. Some people were able to allow girlfriends to come and visit the inmates.
Visit them.
There have been those reports as well. So before the one in Okere, that's even the one in Lagos. That one happened in Lagos. But the Okere National Correctional Service, we heard about what happens there as well. About some of the infractions and some things that actually be able to happen at those centers. So he has already probed into it. In terms of some of the staff of the service, being high-handed, collecting bribes, and engaging in actions that actually contravene or that are contrary to the ethos or the ethics of the profession. So I think that is good. We expect the outcome of the probe as to what happens there. Of course, the idea there was like the bribe collections and them engaging in some act of infractions.
I'm actually looking forward to seeing other sectors, actually doing probes into illegal and activities
bribe collections
and misconduct and criminal activities as this. I think it will just really help us filter to a large extent some of the ills going on, because there are lots of criminal activities, misconduct that have been normalized. I think the way you're smiling and laughing like I'm being funny.
When you mention the word normalized, that's what I'm saying. Of course,
they've been normalized.
Just saying, why did you two not give them? And you'll be able to see. It's people that, just like you said, I laughed because you would have saying, what is your own problem too? Yeah. Why not be able to give in the band? Just go your way, and then you see, that's the normalization.
It's been normalized.
I mean, that's able to feel like you seem like
you're the weird one. You seem like you're the one even doing the wrong thing.
So that's why why didn't you just give him and go your way?
We need a receipt.
I see it as
we talked about recapitalization. We need something, maybe something, we'll call it a revampization or something of the economy. Okay. And then this revamp, I had to put it because ordinarily it's revamping, but I think, you know, just in line with recapitalization, we'll have to call it revampalization or something that we'll have
of
to
attitude
work.
or what?
Yeah, so
of mindset.
then we'll go about it, and then all of this, so that at least across the sectors there will be like operation cleanup, the way we're doing the organic cleanup, operation cleanup, so that all of these things that have been normalized, at least there will be some sort of,
because you know there are
checks
days
and
we write about
balances.
war against the discipline, kick against the discipline. Maybe it's just human nature sometimes can be very, very tough when it comes to that space.
I know,
you see what people will do, and it's unbelievable.
But thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed.
Thank you
Always
very
a
much for
joy
having
speaking
me.
to you on the top story analysis. But do stay with us. We'll be back for the newspaper review in a bit.
I walked into the doctor's office and there were two doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down and said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry. And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And this sudden, strange peace just came over me. And so I sat down back in the chair and said to the doctor, okay, what's the plan?
Wow.
And they were shocked. This is where I'm going to advise people. Whenever you go and get results and there's more than one doctor, know that there's fire on the mountain. I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years. And by God's grace, that's all behind me. Where cancer is concerned, don't cut and paste somebody else's treatment.
Right.
Because every single diagnosis is different. Pray every step of the way. Pray for the doctors that will treat you. Pray for the things that will be used to you. And then just surround yourself with things that make you happy.
Yeah.
Because once you're mentally and emotionally alert and happy, that even just helps your body with healing too.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production. Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and I've still got Mohammed here with me in the studio, and we'll be reviewing the front pages of our dailies this morning. We'll be starting off with the big story on the Punch newspaper. You know, the Punch newspaper always has like a potpourri of different kind of stories. Quite interesting. Just as Mohammed would say it's awash with news. So it's a mixed bag.
It's fine. It's fine.
You know, so the big story says marketers may dump NNPCL as price war with Dangote rages.
Yes.
Dealers adopt MRS logo to access cheaper Dangote petrol. Consider NNPCL franchise suspension. Also on the top left says PDP Secretary Wike Camp writes Supreme Court ahead of the BOT meeting, and this is on page 2 of the Punch. Also on page 22, Lagos Assembly may write Tinubu over Obasa, and this is GAC members have this are the ones saying this. Now, government releases power tariff hike guidelines for discos. I wonder what this is about. This is interesting news. I'm really curious. Anything about the energy sector, I'm very curious. Now, DR Congo soldiers and rebels clash and death toll hits over 900. It's not even funny. Over 900 people, like, What's going
Kagame
Again,
still have issues to answer.
gunmen kidnap 7 Ondo travelers. 27 suspects arrested. This is continuing on page 4. On page 4 and 5, police arraign suspended Ogun monarch, hunt accomplices. Again on page 5, death toll rises to 15 in Ebonyi community herdsmen killings. Now that's about what we have on the front pages. But let's start with the big one here. Marketers may dump NNPCL as price war with Dangote rages. This is not funny, but I mean, this is also what I did see this coming with all that is going on. Yes, with all that's going on now with the all of the refineries on board and whatnot. I'm not shocked. More like maybe I didn't see it, but I'm not shocked. But does this in any way feel shocking to you?
I won't say it's shocking. But it is not expected for me that it's going to be able to happen this early. But so the report by Punch there showed that in fact some marketers are now peeling off NNPC's logos from their pumps and replacing them with Dangote. So this was not unconnected to what happened on Saturday when Mr. Dangote, remember, reduced the ex-depot price from 960 to 899. At the time yesterday, what we were hearing is that some of them were complaining they have old stock that they bought at the old price, and with the reduction in price is trying to be able to push them off the market. So with this news this morning, so I think they were able to make Punch were able to mention what happened around Ibafor, Mowe axis, where most of the filling stations there tend to be able to jump into Dangote's new price slash at the expense of that of NNPCL. We know that NNPC has actually been able to push theirs is now at 60 naira now. And then they are doing their own at 890 with about 30 naira margin. They're trying to be able to do 930 and 9. But how long that will take, I think that is still the two questions we will need to be able to understand. They claim that they are able to have easy access, and easy loading of petrol from at the Dangote gantry. But we know as well that these same marketers yesterday, Petro, had claimed that NNPC have started loading at the NNPC gantries where they load fuel, that they have been able to do that, since last 2 weeks now. They've been loading from Warri, they've been loading from Port Harcourt. So maybe in the final state, maybe the consumers will be the better for it. That maybe another angle I try to be able to push it to. Because if there's an healthy competition between Dangote and NNPCL, it's expected that should be able to touch down based on price that will be available. And if the price is so competitive enough that at least it can be able to come down and make it affordable and accessible to Nigerians, maybe that would actually be good. So I'm sure the whole thing there is still really, really getting sketchy by the day, as most of them are now able to put MRS, because MRS is the major off-taker from Dangote, and then selling some of the MRS petrol, and I think so that's why they are taking off NNPC away from there.
And they're adopting the MRS
stickers. But I'm sure the report was actually from that axis for now. Maybe it's still in Lagos. We've not really Lagos and then some other southwest states. But if you look at their axis here in Ikoyi, Lagos Island, Ibejuleki, it is still it's still within. You still be able to see NNPC stickers when you look at their pumps, to show that most of the fuel we are selling here is actually NNPC. But something somebody mentioned to me over the weekend, and I'm sure that's what I wanted to be able to confirm, was that the Dangote fuel that he bought, you understand, it tends to be able to stay longer in terms of durability. It doesn't be able to burn faster like the one he got from other independent marketers, who have NNPC stickers on their own. That, I remember one person was mentioning it in my mosque on Sunday morning, and I was like, seriously, because he said he watched that very, very well. That one good thing was like the fuel he bought at the Dangote fuel that he bought tends to be able to stay longer than the one he bought from other filling stations within our axis there. I'm talking about around Ajar to Bejuleki axis. I was talking about it I used over the weekend. So this is actually what is going on now, pricing wise. the quantum of the fuel available, you know, in terms of how doable, how long lasting is likely going to be able to be in your tanks, as people were saying. So I'm sure in days ahead we'll get to be able to do, because it's an unfolding story. Because we still expect these two people to be partner in progress. Don't forget, NNPC still have a stake, about 10% stake in Dangote. Even though they have, I will still hear that they still do some blended refining, still come from Malta, as Dangote alleged the other time. So whether he's now doing everything to push NNPC out of the market, I think it's still a little early in the days for us to be able to conclude on that. The other thing I think I just found that there was about Obasa. You know, the news last week that filtered around was that they all met with the president. I'm talking about Obasa, the speaker, the ousted speaker in Lagos State, and that because the way he was actually removed, didn't be able to follow due process and the likes. Okay, maybe they will allow him to be able to go back to the office, and they will resign voluntarily. You know, the news filtered out as to that regard before it was debunked again on Monday. Maybe that was exactly what I think we are hearing about it now, because they said, okay, Tinubu, he went to meet Tinubu. People were saying the president was very much aware of it. There are a lot of things that are still not clear within that spectrum, you know, within that space as to what is actually happening. And then finally, the Eastern Congo and Rwanda crisis, the rebels. Remember, they've taken over the city of Goma. They were planning, that's the Kivu region, they were planning to be able to go into Kinshasa, which is the capital, the largest city there, before they declared ceasefire on Monday. So it was still worried yesterday when we had again that another fight broke out again. And you can imagine close to about 1,000 people had died. So the same Kagame, president of Rwanda, who has been the poster boy of the Western superpowers when it comes to leadership in Africa, they always be able to use him. And then trying to be able to venture into what is going on in DR Congo is still sketchy. Maybe that's what I can say at best. Because the way it's actually going, I think it needs to be called to order. Because the M16, M23 rebels that actually be able to do, the M16 rebels, sorry, the M23 are in Somalia. The M16 rebels, those rebels that are conquering all these towns, are being sponsored, financed, and empowered by Kagame from Rwanda. And that's why African leaders have actually been trying to call him to order. He said, okay, some of these people from the Kivu region were part of Rwanda minorities who were there in Congo, and that's why he's giving them the support. But people have actually been heavily impacted, just like we read now about the death toll has happened. I think a lot needs to be able to happen there. And then finally was the case of the monarch. I'm sure we all saw that on Monday. It was arraigned, and you see, of course, there are accomplices, because I know the other chief that stood with him, and the elderly man that was slapping and then was squaring and cussing. And I think I mentioned that to Norma yesterday. In fact, we were discussing about it yesterday. And then look, we saw that the police have arraigned him. The case has been adjourned. And then we believe that the law will be able to take its course. You know, you can be able to just see how excessive power how power drunk people can really go. Because the way the man was handling, and in fact, I heard it was a former police officer. Maybe that ethos, that trait. I mean, like, because the man, the Obasemi of Otoinfon, that is his name.
That's his name,
was a former police officer. So maybe that was really in them, There's always this tendency among policemen. I'm so sorry, maybe I'm not trying to be able to put them under the bus, It's the idea that I'll kill you and nothing will happen. That kind of mentality that you see with the power that I have in me, I will do this to you and nothing will happen. And you can see that the man was exuding. You see, that was the trait he was exuding, what that was actually going on in
let's talk about the tax reform and representatives set for fresh debate today, and holding closed door sessions. What are we looking out for?
Of course, so we've seen after the stepping down the last time in October last year, that maybe there's a need for wider consultation. We've seen the opposition from the north, majorly the northern governors, the northern senators, the northern House of Rep members, who have been very frontal in saying no, these will not fly. And then it was good that after they returned back before the break, after their December break, they were the one that came out to say, oh yes, I think we'll be able to have some headways, some agreement. So the deliberation will start today. Senate resumed yesterday. They are resuming today. All of them have been bothered with. They've actually been preoccupied with budget defense. the joint house. And so at least luckily, just like I think we commended them, they're able to do that in record time. The 2 weeks they said they're able to do it by 28th or thereabout of January. They were able to get through with all the house defense. So with all the budget scrutiny, the next thing is just for them to be able to pass the budget so it can be sent to the president. So we expect that the passage to be done by them this week to be sent to the president for assent. So by now, the full resumption now, the next top agenda, the next item on their list should be the tax reform bills, because it is needed. And in fact, we heard that, because what I'm saying here is maybe because of the economic realm, we've been expecting GDP rebasing and inflation rebasing since last week Friday. It was postponed to Monday. We expected it on Monday. We didn't say it. And then we know that there's still some alignment that needed to be done, especially from the tax reform bills, to allow the NBS to release what will be, because there's a part of that GDP rebasing. I don't want to be able to borrow more economic terminology, like that is needed from the tax reform bills. You understand? So remember, the president planned that our economy will be $1 trillion by 2030. That has been the target. Now, one of the strategy to achieve that is economic rebasing.
Okay.
So we say we rebase the economy. We want to, sectors that have not been captured. People have been talking about informal sector, and the informal sector will help in tax net, and at the same time in the GDP. So they're going to resume today. House of Rep will begin their own deliberation. They're going to be able to do it independently before we have a joint house to discuss on that.
Well, let's see what we have on the Business Day paper this morning. The Business Day paper, always simple, keeping it simple and sweet. Now on the front page is the big story. It says, inside Nigeria's $10 billion palm oil export, Okomo Presco earn over $18 million in exports and exchange gain. Of course, then we go to page 30. It says, real revenue fails to offset mounting debt. Why Trump's oil price cut won't budge in Nigeria, OPEC. Interesting. Now footprint of Zenith Bank's go-getter Amazon. Of course, that's a story about the Zenith Bank, the CEO of Zenith Bank, who is kind of like the rave of the moment, if I do say so myself. But let's talk. He said, okay, it looks like you're curious to know what that's about. But let's talk first. Let's start with the big story firstly about the 10 billion naira. Palm oil export and inside Nigeria's palm oil. So it'll be interesting to see what the story is. It looks like something that has been really well researched.
I think it's a big story, and it's an analytical done by one of us here who did the story. Faith, exactly. Who did the story and be able to give us an expose into the palm oil export. Because what I can really say here is that, remember, diversification has been the target of any government. Even though the blueprint, we have not seen it. The blueprint to achieve that diversification away from oil. Oil, I'm talking about crude oil, not palm oil I'm talking about now. Crude oil has been the major revenue base, the major foreign exchange earner for the nation. And then the president, upon assuming office, just like other past presidents anyway, the target has been how can we diversify those sources? And then when we look at other, God-given resources that we have, including palm oil itself, could actually be a good ground to allow us to be able to earn more in our export baskets, to be able to get more foreign exchange. So I'm sure if we were to read into that story, we will be able to see how people like Okomo Oil, who are actually the major players in that space, Presco, have actually been able to have a lot of gains, from giving that sector a very good what can I be able to call that? For want of word now, I mean, given it that facelift, given it that optics, exactly. I think it's optics, exactly. Giving it that optics, and then it's becoming something that people are really, really looking at, and people wanted to be able to see what has actually gone there. I think just quickly, Trump.
Let's move to the Trump story.
Trump case. I think we spoke about that, because the idea is still about more oil. Remember, the dynamics as to what, because of the socio-political dimensions, the economic space has been tariff, but we know that is more oil production, more oil. more oil exploration among US. So once there is that, because he believed that one of the strategy to be able to clamp down on inflation, to be able to have a hold of inflation, is to be able to produce more oil. So with more oil, Americans' inflationary level in America will still be brought down to below the 2% the 2% target that they always want to, the threshold that they want to achieve. So but the analysis there is still saying, even we expect that more oil production should tend to be able to bring down the international price of crude oil. You know, that's been hovering $77 to about $80. That's been hovering around 2025. So the analysis there is maybe that may not be able to bring it down because of the oligopolistic nature of OPEC itself, who tend to be able to have some control, you know, some level of control over the prices. So I think it's usually a common trend that we'll likely be able to see that.
But for more on the big story, because it's very insightful, well written, well researched, you need to grab a copy of the Business Day newspaper. This is where we have all of the stories that will broaden your mind, or you understand the economy better, you know, understand what's going on in the finance sector, what's going on in the business sector. It's really how you want to start your day. So you need to grab a copy of the Business Day newspaper. Let's quickly speak on the real revenue failing to offset mounting debt. If you want to chime in very quickly on that before we go to the cartoon of the day.
Okay. I think maybe I didn't have much to say on that.
Yeah, you don't have much to say on that, but so let's go to the cartoon of the day for Business Day newspaper today. Cartoon of the day today is quite interesting. Can you see that? Honorable, let the people understand that there is no money anywhere. We are all managing. Obviously, that's a politician. He's on the phone, and then he has his cart with luggage. No, those are carts. So you can see the luggage. You can see the luggage. It has the luxurious items. As much, not just boxes. We're seeing vehicles inside, SUVs inside the cart, and then it's on the phone saying, "Honorable, let the people understand that there is no money anywhere. We are all managing." What is the management here? I'm unable to see the management with this person.
It's just ironical.
It's irony. It's the irony of it all.
Somebody piling those luxurious items, and then
it's the irony of it all for me, really.
I'm sure it is. It is really. It is really
car mart, and then can you see car mart?
That's what I'm saying. Just go and buy cars, you know, the latest models, and then what it came up with was to say there is no money out there.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
Interesting. Well, that's the cartoon of the day. Always really punchy and just showing the reality of this, of what we're experiencing, what we're facing. You know, societal issues, political issues, and whatnot. Always very interesting, and a big shout out to Mr. Mike Asuko on that, our cartoonist, for always doing justice to the cartoon of the day. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed. It's always a delight speaking to you on the BDTV Breakfast Show. And that's as much as we can take this morning. My name is Elizabeth. Keep watching Business Day TV.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I walked into the doctor's office and there were two doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down and said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry. And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And this sudden, strange peace just came over me. And so I sat down back in the chair and said to the doctor, okay, what's the plan?
Wow.
And they were shocked. This is where I'm going to advise people. Whenever you go and get results and there's more than one doctor, know that there's fire on the mountain. I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years. And by God's grace, that's all behind me. Where cancer is concerned, don't cut and paste somebody else's treatment.
Right.
Because every single diagnosis is different. Pray every step of the way. Pray for the doctors that will treat you. Pray for the things that will be used to you. And then just surround yourself with things that make you happy.
Yeah.
Because once you're mentally and emotionally alert and happy, that even just helps your body with healing too.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
On behalf of our author and BusinessDay, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and elsewhere. As a foundation. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agogo, BusinessDay, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service on both the supply side and the demand side that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services. There's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that It should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria, and yet everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the Big Story segment. This is where we break down some of the key issues shaping our economy, our industry, and our nation. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today we will be exploring the way forward for home seekers, citing inflation and high cost of building materials. We'll be looking at possible solutions and effects of this subject matter for aspiring homeowners. Now, the housing situation in Nigeria at the moment has reached a crisis point. Now, for many home seekers, especially low-income earners, this situation is as hopeless as it is frustrating. In many towns, especially in the urban centers, decent housing and accommodation have remained a mere dream for millions of citizens due to affordability issues. In recent years, efforts by many private developers at improving housing delivery have been hampered by rising inflation and other adverse macroeconomic conditions, which have pushed construction costs to frightening levels, thereby limiting the developers' capacity to build more houses for prospective buyers. This morning, we're joined by an industry stakeholder, estate surveyor and valuer, Mr. Chudi Ubosi, to share insights with our audience on how home seekers can navigate the challenge of housing delivery in the country. Now, Mr. Ubosi is a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, NIESV, and is the managing partner at Ubosi LA Plus Co., an estate surveying and valuation firm. And I'm not doing this alone. I'm also doing this alongside Mr. Chuka Uroko, who is our property editor here at Business Day. You're welcome to the show, sirs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you very much.
So let me start by asking you this question. Firstly, can you give us an overview of the housing challenge in Nigeria? How deep is it?
Thank you very much for inviting me. I think we'll start by saying that it's deep. The problem is there. It's visible to all of us. In terms of qualitative and quantitative housing, there is a problem. Even by the world UN standards, you would hear that, look, even the quantity of housing that we tend to have, many of them are not even adequate based on the standards of the UN. And then in terms of quantitative, depending on who you're speaking to, I mean, we're going to be looking at figures of 10 to 20 million in deficit. So the problem is indeed deep. And you may then ask why. The first thing we'll say is that the government at many stages and many levels have not paid adequate attention to the issue of housing, to the issue of land. Take that, then we'll go to the cost of even the price of land all over the nation. It's very expensive to get land. Talk about building materials, then talk about income levels. The income levels are still so low that even those who desire to own some of these accommodations and even to rent, to just basically lease a place where you can stay over 1 year, 2 years, it's becoming more and more difficult. And then to cap all this is that there are no mortgages. In many of the developed countries, there are mortgages. 60 years, more than 60 years after our independence, we used to have mortgages in the early days, in the 70s, late 60s and early 70s, but no more. That has been, it's now out of the window. And what we have today, people will tell you, yes, the banks will tell you they're giving you mortgages, but indeed what they're giving you are commercial loans. You can't take a mortgage for 25%. And you're told to pay it back in 5 years. A mortgage would usually be something of 20, 25, sometimes 30 years, depending on your age, and then at interest rates of 3, 4, 5%. So it's easy for you to take it from your income, your monthly income or your business income, and pay something every month. And you know that in 20 years, in 30 years, you will own the house. And even if you don't want to own it, you can still sell it somewhere down the road, take out your equity and get a bigger property. But that's the state of our housing industry as it is today.
I know Mr. Chuka has probably loads of questions in the oven that he wants to ask you. So I'm just going to let Mr. Chuka do the next question.
Well, we are welcome to the studio once again. And my question borders on just what you said as why. Why do we have the crisis?
Yes.
You have enumerated the number of reasons for that, but I would like to point out that Nigeria is just a population of 200 million people. Frequently, analysts cite population as part of our problems for having what we are having in the country today. But there are some countries in the world who have even more than that kind of population, yet they don't face the kind of challenges we do. Why are we so different?
Okay, thank you, Chuka. Let me, when you say there are some countries in the world, let me start by saying that 200 million population, there are probably only 5 or 6 countries bigger than we are. The US, maybe India, maybe China, maybe Indonesia, and so on. I think the first thing I will say is this. Look at those countries, look at their land mass. India has, I think, a 1.4 million square meter, 9 million square meters land area, or the US. Some of them are 10 times the size of Nigeria, which is 920,000 square kilometers. So that again is just, look, they have land. We are 900,000 square meters. These guys are 9 million square meters, 6 million square meters land area. But they do have, yes, much more population than we do. But that's just one. The next thing would be, let me say this, every country, no country has actually really solved their housing problems. Let's not, you would always have pockets of problems. Even in China, where we think that there is housing, they have a problem of overdevelopment, oversupply of housing. But yes, we have our problems. And again, why is it so? It's primarily because the government has not paid adequate attention to housing. When we talk about the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, housing is top. Housing is top. The government has not paid attention to housing. And then when not paying attention to housing means that they have not paid attention to land policies, they have not paid attention to what the laws governing land. We look at the land use decree, the land use act as it may be. That's a document that was made over 40 years ago. Things have changed. The dynamics are no longer the same. We should actually be changing those laws by now. We should be reviewing them in line with the realities of today's economy, the needs of the people, the housing needs of the people, and so on. And then one of the major problems we have in Nigeria is this issue of development of the urban centers. So we have Lagos. Everybody wants to come into Lagos. Where's the next place? Maybe Ibadan, maybe Shagamu. What's the infrastructure that links them? In the developed countries, you would stay in one city which is 100 kilometers from where you work, and you would take a train ride every morning. It's a 40-minute, 1-hour train ride. You can afford to stay out there. But here, we don't have that infrastructure. So everybody needs to stay in the center. That puts pressure on the available housing. I don't want to, for want of going on and on, it puts pressure on the available housing, it puts pressure on the land, it puts pressure on the rents. People are outbidding each other because they need to have a place to stay. And then the cost of providing this accommodation then makes it difficult for even people, the private sector or the public sector to go on and keep developing at the speed at which the economy is growing, at which people need these properties.
So speaking of the private and public sector, as you've mentioned, what are their different roles, or how should they be collaborating?
Let me start with the public sector. The public sector is government. What is government's role? Provide us an enabling environment to do business. Provide us an enabling environment to get on with our lives. We don't have to worry ourselves with what you guys are doing, but give us an economy that works. Give us a system that enables us. I mean, I get up in the morning, I want to go to Chuka's house, I want to come to Business Day. It's a smooth drive. I'm not worried about bad roads, I'm not worried about security, and so on. Give us the enabling environment. That is the role of the government. Now, when we talk about an enabling environment, it means give us an economy that works. An economy that works means that there'll be a lot more people that can afford these properties. It means that the financial instruments that will enable us provide or will enable the creation of mortgages would be available. An economy that works, an enabling environment would mean that we have the infrastructure to be that even if I developed a property 50 kilometers out of town, it will still be accessible. I don't need to be in the city. So these are the roles of the public sector. The Federal Mortgage Bank, the Nigeria Mortgage Refinancing Company, make it easy for these mortgages to be obtained. Let me say something about one reason, maybe one of the things about not the unavailability of mortgages. Today, the bankers will tell you that 95%, between 90 and 95% of the deposit is call money. Call money means that if I write a check today and walk into my bank, they have an obligation to give me my money. You can't use call money to give me a 30-year mortgage. Because somewhere along the line there's a mismatch. So the government needs to ensure that even the financial instruments and the financial sector are deep enough to enable people put money for long term, and it is that pool of long term that will enable people, the banks, be able to give out mortgages. And then the private sector, I was just talking, I wasn't focused on the public sector. Maybe I'm putting too much blame on them. The private sector are people like you and I, the developers who build houses for sale, build houses to lease out. The average man who takes up a plot of land and builds 6 flats, 8 flats, 2 wings of duplex and so on. What are their roles? Again, just to make sure that then people, if there is that, if an enabling environment is there, then you'll find that the private sector would invest more in real estate. If we take the average Nigerian has not achieved anything unless he has built a home. That's how we are brought up. That's how the average Nigerian life is.
Our culture.
It's part of our culture. It's part of tradition. So investing in real estate is something that is already part and part of our nature. But it's becoming more and more difficult. The cost of acquisition of the land, even the uncertainties with title, the cost of building and so on. So for the private sector, it will be an offshoot. Once things are working with the public sector, the private sector will flow from there and will be able to make their own major contributions to the housing stock.
I think right now I would like to speak to the topic of our discussion today, which says that worth asking question, what are the options open to home seekers? Given that today we are looking at, as of December, inflation rate was as high as 34.8%. Exchange rate is also an issue.
Yes.
Interest rate is also an issue. So even if I want to take a loan from the bank, I cannot because of the exchange rate. Then we are asking, what are the options open to those people who would still like to live somewhere or rent somewhere, given these challenges in the housing market?
What are the options? Chika, the first thing, I agree with you, inflation rates are high. And just yesterday or 2 days ago, we were looking at a survey that actually indicates that people are moving, there's again a shift. And what is a shift? Rents have risen so high. Rents are rising, they're still rising, and I'm sure we're going to be in this cycle until maybe even for the whole year or way into the second quarter or third quarter. So the man who could afford a property in Ikoyi today can no longer afford it. He has to move somewhere else. He's got to move to Lekki, where the rent he used to pay in Ikoyi is now what
is obtainable in
Lekki. The man who used to live in the Lekki is being driven out because the Ikoyi man is coming and is outbidding him. So he's being driven out and he's being pushed to, is it Osakwa and Aja? And the man in Aja is being pushed to Songo Tedo. Yeah. And the man in Songo Tedo is being pushed to Ekpe. Maybe the man in Ekpe will be pushed to Ijebode at the end of the day. And we all have to, and it plays out even in Ikeja. The man in GRA is being pushed to Ogba is being pushed to Agege. And eventually maybe the Agege man will be pushed to Ota or Ifo. So what are the options? One of the first things that I like to say is, I like to encourage people to get on the property ladder as early as possible. And this might sound political and it might sound as if, but get on the property ladder as quickly as possible. Once you're 25, in fact, once you start earning an income, begin to think, how do I get on the property ladder? Your income at that point, and please just let me say this, your income might not be able to get you a plot of land. Team up with 4, 5, 6 people. Invest in a plot. It doesn't matter where it is. Hold it for 2, 3, 4 years. Sell. Make your profit. Do it again. By the time you are, maybe in 10 years, you'll find that your initial investment of 50,000 could easily be 2, 3 million. That's how, that's one of the ways by which, that's how real estate appreciates in Nigeria. Your initial investment of 50,000, 100,000, in 10 years, if you turn over, if you're consistent and you're faithful and you're focused, you keep turning over, you could easily have a 5 million naira bank account from those real estate investments. What are the options? People will now need to move because land is getting expensive. For a lot of people, they may not be able to buy outright. The average, I saw prices they're not things I would like to see. I saw prices a couple of days ago, and quite honestly, I was asking my partner, I said, look are these prices real in these locations? I was asking my staff, are these prices real? Or are these landlords just on a trip? They said, these are the prices. So you are now wondering, what are people going to do? Which is the question I'm coming back to answer it again. There has to be a bit of collaborative effort, even amongst people, amongst stakeholders. If you have friends, 2 of you can team up to buy a plot of land, as small as it is, and share it. For those who cannot buy outright, if you have access to land, the easy way which we do in Nigeria is build gradually. So you have a 4 or 5 year development plan, and every couple of months you put in some money, you roof it, you put in the windows, you put in the doors, and so on.
The house is made.
Well, after a couple of years, yes, you would have your house and you can have peace and not pay landlord anymore. You can still, depending on where you work. I know if you work in some of the top tier industries, the oil industry, the communication, some of the banks, they still give you good mortgage facilities at some reasonable rates. Easily today, the mortgage rates are about 25, 28%. You can't possibly survive on that. But when you work with some of the top tier companies, your mortgages come at a highly reduced interest rate. Based on all that, you might be lucky, you might have a father who befits you a couple of millions.
And what about the people that don't have a father that bequeaths them a couple of millions?
Or don't even have land to bequeath to you.
But you spoke about the mortgage system, and I'm curious to know about the limitations to our mortgage system, because many countries of the world, especially in advanced countries, buying houses with cash is, almost non-existent. But in Nigeria, people have to pay cash to buy homes, and obviously this shows that we have some limitations in our mortgage system. So how can this be addressed?
Okay. I like the data we have shows that only about 10% of Nigerians can afford
mortgageable.
Can afford a home, can afford to buy a home. Only about 10% of us. Now we're 200 million people, so about 20 million people could do that. I would even think that figure is lower. But what are the challenges with the mortgage system? One, we don't have long-term capital. The absence of long-term capital is a big problem. And I just talked about 90-95% of the money in the banks being call money. But if you say 90% is call money, the rest of it, maybe 5%, is 180-day to 360-day money. So the rest of it, which is long term, is actually less than 2-3%. And unless you have that long term capital, it's difficult to match short-term money with long-term mortgages. You would be struggling, and that's why sometimes when you take a loan, and when we take a loan from the bank, they will tell you something about they have to roll over. They have to. I'm sure you'll be familiar with that term.
Yes,
They have to roll over every 180 days. It's because they have to change, almost virtually change the source of financing, depending on what. The rollover could mean a slightly higher interest, or maybe a lower interest, as the case may be. But more often, it would be just 1 or 2 units plus minus. So that issue of long-term capital is the problem. Then again, we're talking about just the economic environment. If truly today we have mortgages, how many Nigerians can afford this mortgage? The income levels are still too low. We've talked about 70,000 naira minimum wage. How many people can
afford a mortgage?
Again, look at the statistic. There's a figure that says that less than 2% or 1% of Nigerians have over 500,000 in the bank. There's a data. There's a banker's data that says that less than 1% or 2% of Nigerians have over 500,000 naira in their bank account. So you're wondering where the remaining
95%?
No, yes, 95%, 180 million of us. What are our bank balances? So you're wondering where the remaining people are and what indeed these people have in their balances. It's a reflection of the income. The incomes are so low that even if we had mortgages today, people can't afford them. And that still comes back to the fact that it's economic, and the only way that we can begin to grow a mortgage industry is by government intervention. The government must play a role, even if it's just to hold the hands of the finance industry and work with them for a couple of years, and once they're stable and they're solid on ground, then they can let go. But the government must come in with policies, even if it means to subsidize these mortgages to a certain extent, knowing that at the end of the day, housing, as much as we see it as investment and so on, can actually be a social factor in creating an enabling environment and a peaceful environment. If people have a home,
yes,
they are unlikely to create problems. If people have a home, you can track them. Because part of the problem with the Nigerian environment is that beyond here, you don't know who I am. But if I have a home and I have records, you can track me. You can trace me anywhere. So you'll be amazed at how much it is that having a home and having your own property or having a properly registered address can contribute even to a peaceful environment and in effect the growth of the economy and so on. And so government must play a major role, at least for now, in having the mortgage industry grow.
Oh, I know Mr. Chuka has a question for you, but permit me to ask you this question very quickly. You've spoken of government intervention. One of the major issues confronting Nigeria and contributing to the housing challenge in major cities is rural-urban migration. If you were to sit with the president right now, what policy measures would you recommend to address this problem?
I think the first thing is there must be some policy regarding rural-urban migration. We need to go back to developing the rural areas. I talked about the urban areas. Everything is here. Why are people moving from the rural areas to the urban areas? It's because there's a semblance of development. You have power, you have electricity, you have infrastructure, you have employment opportunities, you have schools for your children. you just basically have a different life. We need to begin to address the shortcomings of the rural areas. And I just mentioned them. I'm sorry I'm going to say this. We sit here, we sometimes read about attacks in some village, some people have been attacked, 10 people are killed, 20. I mean, why does that happen? Because the places are so far out, they don't even have regular security and so on. So there has to be a policy to address those things. And then the government must also do things to encourage people to stay in the rural areas, encourage people to set up industries in the rural areas. We need the industries because a lot of even the raw materials that those industries will use are obtained from those neighborhoods. So if I start with the president today, quite honestly, it would be like, look, every year, take 200 locations and let us go all out and develop them. Let's go all out and put in the necessary things that would keep people there. And the average person in the village, if he stays there, he lives in his own house, he eats free food. He's not challenged by a lot of the things we have here, the traffic and so on. He spends less than we do. Once we can provide some of these basic amenities, many of them would remain back there. And then this rural-urban migration will probably be better controlled.
Before I ask my next question, let me still ask you a question on this urbanization issue. Taking Lagos State, for instance, an average Lagos State government official will tell you that up to 600 people enter the city on a daily basis.
Yeah.
And I know that in other economies, urbanization is also a factor that can help grow an economy. If you were to advise the government of this state, for instance, what would you tell Sanwo-Olu about how to, harness the opportunities in the number that we have here to grow the economy of the state, and at the same time solve the problem of destitution and the rest of them, all the challenges that go with too many people not having houses in a city like Lagos?
Okay, what I would say is, I think your figure, you might be understated. I think the figure from the Lagos State is probably about 2,000 people. There's a net entry of about 2,000 people every day into Lagos. Believe me, the first thing that we all know is that the development cannot cope with the influx of people. The rate of development cannot cope with the influx of people. Lagos is the smallest state, by the way.
By landmass?
By landmass. We still have Badagry, we still have Ekpe at one end, with Korodu at one end. But Lagos remains the smallest state by landmass. The influx of people at a net entry of about 2,000 a day is more than any state in the country receives. The problems we face today are simply because of that entry. That mass entry comes in with pressure on the services, pressure on the roads, pressure on
infrastructure generally.
Infrastructure, the security issues. You don't know, you come out in the morning, you drive on some roads, you see 100 people sleeping on the roads, and you know that they have no home. These guys cannot be identified. I'm not sure whether the problem is, I always tell Lagos State, and I say this, that Lagos State is a victim of its own success. Lagos State is a victim of its own success. And I'll say something, if every other state governor was as effective as what these guys are doing here, then we wouldn't have this much influx of people. Now, how will Sanwo-Olu cope with a lot of these people? We need to, first of all, identify who and who are coming into the state, if it were possible. But it's very difficult. a lot of, if that, they're trying, again, let me not say that they're not trying, they're trying. They have the Lagos State registration, resident registration thing that they do. They're trying. A lot of these guys can be harnessed into agriculture, whether we like it or not. A lot of them can be harnessed into things like agriculture. A lot of them can be harnessed into social services. But it's difficult to have this mass of people coming in who are contributing very little. They don't pay tax. They don't, they're, I don't know, I'm being very cautious about the kind of words to use. They don't pay tax. They're a burden on the system.
Constitute a nuisance.
They constitute a nuisance. You need to drive into a papa in the days when the trailers were on the bridge. You need to walk that bridge, and the stench of urine and feces and so on. And you would wonder, this is Lagos. This is the center of excellence. But it's not. This is not the government. This is not the government. At this level, many of these guys can't control what's going on. So a lot of it is really about trying to make sure that they can come to terms with who are in the state. What are their competencies? How can we use them? I still believe that 80% of the people who are come should just be pushed into agriculture. You know, if we can push them into agriculture, food prices will come down. They themselves would have something to do. They're earning a living. They're probably being accommodated in the farms. They have food to eat. They're making more money than they would have been making from the states in which they have come in here. But yes, they come in, and you will see many of them on the streets also begging and so on. Quite honestly, it's a very tough one for the government, and I'm not sure that even the government has a solution. And the question you've asked me is a little, I think, I can prefer. Yes.
Let me still take you to the federal government. You see, frequently we say that government has no business in housing. That rather, just we haven't said it here, that they should just provide the enabling environment and leave the private sector to do their thing. But I personally believe that government has everything to do with housing, because policy drives investment, drives growth, and that is government policy. Now, the Tinubu administration, before they came into power, that is as a candidate, was telling us that all the housing agencies will be met together to produce one bigger agency that will drive housing, because according to them, all these agencies are fragmented. And recently, the government floated what he called the MREF, Ministry of Finance Integrated Real Estate Finance Fund. That fund, they say, is governments will provide as much as 1 trillion naira, and then people will have to apply. But my question is, in the midst of MREF, or before MREF, we'll have what we call Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, we'll have the NMRC, you have the NHF at the demand side to support demand side. At the supply side, you also have the family home funds and the NHF, the FHA. These are government agencies that are supposed to supply houses. It's, in my view, government is abandoning all these agencies and forming a new fund, or rather establish a new fund that people have to apply. So, do you see a kind of inconsistency, or people just throwing confusion to break into the system to let the people know that, oh, we are doing something? So what is your view on all of this?
Okay, Chika, what I would say is government, government agencies and government and the people who run them, from experience in Nigeria, we know that these guys are territorial. Once you run an agency, it's almost as if it's your territory. Yes. So you are territorial. And I assure you that as good intentioned, as well intentioned as this administration may be, that may be one of the problems that they are facing. The territorial nature of each of these agencies. Now, look at it this way. We can call almost about 10 of those agencies: FHA, Mortgage Bank, Nigeria Mortgage Finance, and so on and so forth, the family home funds, and so on. We can call them. Every one of them has an MD, several
CEOs and MDs,
the executive directors, and everybody is
getting along.
What did you say? Getting along or eating along, and everybody's several jeeps are attached. They're going on all. Now you have one single organization. It's the same. You probably would have one CEO, several, 2 or 3 more executive directors, and you're going to remove a lot of people from that line. So you can understand why this issue of merger, that's my opinion. When he said it, it was one of the things that first occurred to me, and I said this might be difficult. So I'm not surprised that nearly 2 years or so into
government,
it hasn't taken place. The new mortgage Ministry of Finance Real Estate
Fund.
Good idea. Nigeria has never lacked
good
ideas. We've never lacked good ideas. The problem we always have is that of implementation.
Execution, okay.
Just execute them. If even with the the Federal Mortgage Bank, Mortgage Refinance Company, I think they just got a $28 million loan from one of the agencies abroad. You know, even with all these guys, if each of these guys worked consensuously and tried to implement the role for which they were set up, it doesn't matter. Yes, they would overlap in a couple of places, but the average Nigerian would be better off for it. But what we have today are a lot of these agencies, and you really can't tell what it is that they are doing. You try to process a loan with the Federal Mortgage Bank, and you look at some of these conditions, and you're like, what is it? I think now you can get 15 million. Only a couple of years ago, it was 5 million. What would 5 million do for you? Even the 15 million that you get today, what exactly
can you do with it?
What exactly would it do for you? But that aside, your question is, what do I think of all these agencies? The point is, there is more than enough. We are 200 million Nigerians. If we have 10 agencies servicing 200, their roles may overlap here and there, but we will be better off for it if they were focused and working conscientiously according to the template, the terms of their reference, and the terms of who they were set up. We won't have any problem. But today we have people who are territorial, spend most of their time attending seminars and workshops. And
line up and
you said that. I didn't say that. Yeah, so that's it.
Because we have to go now, we've overspent time. I'll just ask if you have any final words to say.
I think before that, time I would, because the aim of this conversation is for us to point to home seekers where it will be easy for them, or how it will be easy for them to own homes. You are a professional real estate agent by being an estate surveyor and valuer. Now, what 3, 4, 5 places can you point to people who are looking for rents where they can get that affordably?
There's nothing that is affordable. There's nothing that is not affordable. It just depends on
where you stand,
and what you are looking for. The kind of, I mean, if you call me today as a practitioner and say, look, I'm looking for a flat, I want to buy a flat in Ikoyi, the first thing I would ask you is, how many bedrooms? 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms? What part of Ikoyi do you want? what's your budget. It's always we are very particular about what's your budget. Yes. Because your budget, you'll find out that somebody who wants to buy something in Ikoyi, which is, let's say, is 10x, has a budget of 2x. And then when you tell him that, no, your budget, with your budget, you should be looking at Magodo or Ogudu. And he says, no, I want Ikoyi. So the first thing would be, what is your definition of affordable? What is your definition of not affordable? So it would depend on what people are looking for. If you want, I don't even know where to start, but if it depends on what and much, a lot of times, quite honestly, a lot of times depends on what your budget is. Your budget determines
where you go,
where you get, and what you can get, and where you can go. So that's how I would put it.
Yeah, that's about it. I just need to know your final words before we wrap up on the conversation.
Final words. I think I had said something earlier, which is get on the property ladder, no matter how difficult it is. I had a mentor who used to say, he used to call it delayed gratification. He would say, look, delay your gratification for the future. Get 2, 3, 4 friends together, invest in a plot of land. If it's 1 million, it's 2 million, if it's 5 million, just get on the property ladder. You will, and just keep buying and selling. At a point in time, you'll be amazed at how much you have. And that enables you, even if you start at a young age, in the future, you'll be shocked at what your bank balance is. But I always encourage people to get on the property ladder. There can't be anything, or there is nothing better than owning a piece of real estate.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Chudi Ubosi, as well as you, Mr. Chuka Roko, for sharing your insights with us today on the Big Story segment here at the BDTV Breakfast Show. We definitely have to revisit this conversation again, but thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
This has been the Big Story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching Business Day TV.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really make business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums, for almost the last 14 years. I think this is was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
I walked into the doctor's office and there were two doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down and said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry. And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And this sudden, strange peace just came over me. And so I sat down back in the chair and said to the doctor, okay, what's the plan?
Wow.
And they were shocked. This is where I'm going to advise people. Whenever you go and get results and there's more than one doctor, know that there's fire on the mountain. I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years. And by God's grace, that's all behind me. Where cancer is concerned, don't cut and paste somebody else's treatment.
Right.
Because every single diagnosis is different. Pray every step of the way. Pray for the doctors that will treat you. Pray for the things that will be used to you. And then just surround yourself with things that make you happy.
Yeah.
Because once you're mentally and emotionally alert and happy, that even just helps your body with healing too.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
On behalf of our author and Business Day, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and elsewhere. As a publicity. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogun, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations, and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service, on both the supply side and the demand side, that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supplies
me surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory. We're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years. And by God's grace, that's all behind me. Where cancer is concerned, don't cut and paste somebody else's treatment.
Right.
Because every single diagnosis is different. Pray every step.
What your key takeaways from this event? I believe that you were not just a panelist, but you were also a member of the audience.
Yeah, the key takeaway for me will be that there was the consistency and consensus that the reforms were the right reforms, and that the direction of travel is going to take us to the Nigeria that we want. It's also one of the takeaways also that the outlook for 2025 is much better than 2024 was. And this is not just because we're being optimistic. It is based on what the data is saying around inflation expectations and the factors that were stoking inflation in 2024, which are no longer there in 2025. In addition to the base effect that, it can be worse than it was before. Yeah. And then you have expectation around interest rates, because as inflation begins to moderate, the monetary authorities will have the reason to cut interest rates. And also even additionally, we have the credit concession scheme for the businesses. All of these altogether mean that we should have the opportunity to celebrate or begin to celebrate in 2025 that the sacrifices that we made as a people is beginning to yield results. And for people generally, it's to not just all be negative about the economy, because that way you may miss out on the opportunities, which I think are abound across all sectors.
Okay, so based on the panel that you just had, I heard that you spoke a lot about data, and from what we're just discussing right now, you seem to be a very big believer of data. So what are the opportunities that people should look forward to investing into in 2025 if they want to thrive in their businesses?
I think it cuts across all sectors, because whether you're talking about manufacturing or industry generally, whether you're talking about services, including financial services, telecommunication, whether you're talking about energy sector, we have a lot of focus around energy in particular, from renewable to additional investments, including the policy decentralizing electricity regulation, which means that the state can now decide, to generate and put whatever excess into the grid. So those reforms are also going to provide opportunities across the board. Even the tariff increase on telecommunication, why nobody is happy that tariffs are going up, the issue is that will help them to improve quality, and quality of service will feed into the economy by way of better productivity, which will overcompensate for the additional tariff and that we're having to bear.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content.
I walked into the doctor's office and there were 2 doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down. I said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry. And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And this sudden, strange peace just came over me. And so I sat down back in the chair and said to the doctor, okay, what's the plan?
Wow.
And they were shocked. This is where I'm going to advise people. Whenever you go and get results and there's more than one doctor, know that there's fire on the mountain. I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory. We're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years. And by God's grace, that's all behind me. Where cancer is concerned, don't cut and paste somebody else's treatment.
Right.
Because every single diagnosis is different. Pray every step of the way. Pray for the doctors that will treat you. Pray for the things that will be used to you. And then just surround yourself with things that make you happy.
Yeah.
Because once you're mentally and emotionally alert and happy, that even just helps your body with healing too.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is Wo's recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
On behalf of our author and Business Day, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and Israel. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogun, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service on both the supply side and the demand side that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services. There's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria. And yet, everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the social listening segment. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and I'm here on the show with Mr. Obidike Okafor, our social analyst. How are you doing, Mr. Obidike?
I'm very fine, thank you.
Great. So here on the show this morning, we're bringing to you some of the top trends making the rounds on social media. And quite interestingly, as you would expect, we will be touching on Thames. Thames obviously won by the Grammys over the weekend at the Grammys, and it was really exciting news, a great time for Nigeria. Firstly, how do you feel about that?
This is not the first time she's winning, but the first time she won, it was a collaboration. It wasn't just her. But this time around, it's Thames. I'm not surprised she won, actually, because if you follow her, in the past 1 year, she has made a huge splash. You know, Grammys is mostly people who, if you make it in the US market, your chances of winning a Grammy is higher. I noticed a lot of musicians. She has been, meeting a lot of big musicians in the US, having interactions with them looking forward to making music with her and all of that. So it only made sense. And I think it's huge, and I'm so happy for her.
And let's also talk about Thames' rise to fame. Many people will say that she's one of the people that happen to be very lucky in the space of time in which she has, started out as a musician, or when she came to our faces, the space of time and her achievement. And obviously, Thames is an A-list artist, so the people who had even been there before her, even the A-list artists that have been there before her, some of them haven't even won a Grammy yet. Some of them haven't even been nominated yet. But Thames has had this ascension to stardom that many people would call rapid. And personally, I call it just being a child of grace, because I'm a Christian. So for me, it's that ascension to fame. And I completely loved, her speech. She was a little bit unprepared, but I love that she gave all of the glory to God in her speech, and when she was thanking for the award. But over the years, Thames has had this discography that I would say is really commendable. Songs, some Nigerians, I saw in the comment section some Nigerians saying that Thames, but we don't know these songs now. It's not like we really vibe to this song, but it's the global appeal of the songs beyond what people are saying. Because I don't know, are you one of the Nigerians that believe that people don't really vibe to our songs like that in Nigeria?
Well, to be honest, Thames is one person who has, she has done things in her own terms.
On her own terms.
On her own terms. So she has tried to strike a balance, create songs that will appeal to the Nigerian public, and then create songs that will appeal to the global audiences. And why this is so is because her interactions with a lot of these musicians she has met, Rihanna and all of them, has given, the kind of exposure she has gotten has given her some wisdom to know that, okay, create music that cuts across all colors, all races. Don't just think about creating music for Nigerians, but also think about creating music that will appeal to a global audience. And that's what she has done, and it has paid off at the long run. I think for me, what I find rather ironic in all of this is Thames won a Grammy, not for the first time, not for the first time, but first time on her own, as in for her own album. And the talk wasn't even, the majority of the talk after she won wasn't really about Thames winning a Grammy. It was the usual back and forth of everybody going after Davido, saying, you that have been trying to do this, you've not won it, but see Thames. And then some people even going as far back as poking at the fact that we have people who have been nominated for Grammys who have never won. and then this young girl comes out from nowhere and wins a Grammy before people who have been. Sunny Ade has been nominated twice. Femi Kuti has been nominated like 6 times. Shion has been nominated once. And all of that before Burna Boy came and like
grabbed the award,
broke the circle.
With all
funny enough, Wizkid actually won a Grammy.
He did win a Grammy.
But for the album, the collaboration album for that One Love for the film, the Bob Marley film, they did the soundtrack.
So and I wonder why it just on the day itself, no one was really talking about that. Everyone was talking about Thames. I don't know if Wizkid and not just Wizkid and Bloody Civilian. I don't know if if that is being looked upon as maybe like less than in a way, because it's not really.
I think people are looking upon it as less than.
Because
that's why
because who received the award?
No, every musician is entitled to a plaque that was on that. That was on that album.
But was Wizkid present? I'm not sure Wizkid was present.
No, Wizkid wasn't. He wasn't at the Grammy. It was
so who received that award?
It would be
that particular one.
It would be the people who are
exactly. So I think that's why. But let's just provide a little bit of a background to Thames's award. Of course, at the 67th Grammy Award, she secured the award with her song "Love Me Jeje," beating "Tomorrow" by Yemi Alade, which was also on the nomination list, and MMS by Asake, which also featured Wizkid. Wizkid is known for always being nominated somehow with his songs, and also Sensational by Chris Brown featuring Davido and Lil J, and Higher by Burna Boy. Obviously, we had lots of people rooting for Davido and Lil J. Davido, especially because everyone, Davido is a crowd favorite. Everyone just loves Davido. Now, of course, this is Thames' second Grammy win.
Yes.
South Africa's Tyler won the award for her hit "Water" in 2024 in the category's first edition. The category that Thames won, and Thames received 3 nominations at this year's Grammys, bringing our total in her career to 8. She was also nominated for Best Global Music Album for Born in the Wild. That was the album, and also Best R&B Song for Burning. For me, 3 Grammys, 3 Grammy nominations at this year's Grammy for a career that's just half a decade is wild. Very commendable.
I'll just say something here. I think Thames is a good student of music. She looked at the older generation, took lessons from there, looked at the younger generation, took lessons from there, and all of that paid off at the end of the day. And she's focused and she's determined and she keeps growing and keep learning. A lot of young people easily get distracted, but this young lady is not distracted and she's doing amazing.
And that's also shout out to our team, because it's always important to have so many people are also, when you said she's a good student of music and all of that, I was thinking to myself, there are many of them. There's Ara Star, there is loads of them. Bloody Civilian, highly underrated. Truckload of them. Yemi Alade has been putting Africa on the map for years now. I really, really was rooting for Yemi Alade as well, because Yemi Alade is that one artist. See how she was dressed. She dressed in a night
funny enough, some people said that they wanted. You're not the only person. I know quite a lot of people that wanted
and all of
Yemi Alade to win.
Yemi Alade has consistently been very consistent about pushing Africa, pushing Nigeria precisely, because she's very keen on Africa, the African stage, and she's consistently done that. You don't hear Yemi Alade sound and think, oh, is this like an R&B artist? You don't think that. You listen to Yemi Alade and just you feel the African vibe. So I genuinely want her to win. Although we know that for the Grammys, there's a whole lot involved.
Yeah, there's so much
beyond your
involved.
talent. You also you have to understand how to put your PR together, your lobbying
and then,
together.
Of course, you have to
all
be
of those things
loved
have to
by
be tight.
Apart from that, you have to be. See, to be honest with you, the one way to win a Grammy is to ensure that the American public, the American music sector know who you are.
Also, I think
it
also
helps
the
a lot.
Grammy. I also think the Grammy committee as well.
Yes,
That's
and
also
Grammy
really
committee.
important.
Very
And Thames has a really solid. I know the guys on Thames team, Don Awoni, Show Them Camp, and the likes. They understand. So when you were saying they understand, those are the people doing the actual work. They're the ones, because when they were singing, I mean the Show Them Camp guys, they were doing their thing. But you know, at some point you realize that maybe not that it's not their music was good, but them venturing to this side of managing terms, you know, it's like, okay, you have this export that you know that, okay, I see that this, let's all that we know. Sometimes it's just understanding the strategy, like, wait, they could as well just still be singing and everyone just knows, Show Them Camp is good, and they're just in one corner, but they understood and they're pushing terms forward, and that particular circle, I love it so much. They're epic circle. But it would be nice to see the comments that people have made on this on social media very briefly, because we don't have loads of time. It would be nice to see some of the comments. But really, shout out to Thames. Ferry Sal says, that's awesome. Thames with our Grammy Award for Love Me Jeje. It's such a proud moment. She truly deserves all the recognition she's getting. Let's see if we have one more comment. Adunia Lawa says, she achieved all this while maintaining modesty. I don't believe. But let's see if we have more reactions. Okoye McDonald says, to be honest, I don't know the song, but I love it for us in Nigeria. I guess. That's Tiny Mafia says, knew it. The American influence on the music is insane. I think that's what you're also alluding to.
I think for me, one of the reasons why this Thames winning for that specific song is significant, because the original Love Me Jeje was sang by Shola
Sheyi
Shodumu.
Yes, alongside Shafi Bello.
Alongside Shafi Bello years ago. And the music wasn't even recognized anywhere outside of the country. In fact, Sheyi lived abroad. So he lived in UK. So he tried to push the music then, and the music was literally shut down. But now it has reincarnated and has even won a Grammy. So I think it's also its historical significance of how we've moved from not being recognized to Afrobeats to the world is something that we should, look at that trajectory and be proud of.
I think also Thames, this entire story with Sheyi Shodumu having sang that song at that time and it wasn't accepted, and now Thames is winning a Grammy for it, also tells you something. There's time for everything. There's time and chance happens to all. It's a lot that we can never ever be able to look or put aside. It just so happens, like, let's all pray that we're doing the right things in the right time. Like, it could be the right thing, but at that time it wasn't, it wasn't the in thing. But now Africa is like that place. Everyone is trying to
associate.
All eyes on Africa, all eyes on Nigeria. So it's that time for Nigeria. It's that time for Africa, like we always say.
Yes. For what's his name? Chris Brown to be nominated with other Africans. I just found that very interesting.
Isn't it? Because there was a time no Nigerian will be nominated in a Grammy. Are you serious? We used to just watch it from afar.
Now we are dominating.
We used to watch it from afar, and we're so. One thing about Nigerians, one thing I like about us is how loud we are about everything. You're going to think that we're even the ones that created the Grammys because we're so loud. But there was a time that no one was even thinking about. But that's as much as we can take today. I mean, lots of things trending on social media as always, but for today we have to bring it to a halt on this topic. But thank you so much, Mr. OBDK, for your time today.
Thank you.
This has been the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
I walked into the doctor's office and there were two doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down and said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry. And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And this sudden, strange peace just came over me. And so I sat down back in the chair and said to the doctor, okay, what's the plan?
Wow.
And they were shocked. This is where I'm going to advise people. Whenever you go and get results and there's more than one doctor, know that there's fire on the mountain. I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years. And by God's grace, that's all behind me. Where cancer is concerned, don't cut and paste somebody else's treatment.
Right.
Because every single diagnosis is different. Pray every step of the way. Pray for the doctors that will treat you. Pray for the things that will be used to you. And then just surround yourself with things that make you happy.
Yeah.
Because once you're mentally and emotionally alert and happy, that even just helps your body with healing too.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Last week, about 30 African leaders gathered in Dar es Salaam, the Tanzanian capital. They met with leaders of the World Bank, the African Development Bank, the Rockefeller Foundation, and other multilateral development financing institutions. Their mission? To deliberate on measures to improve electricity access for 300 million Africans by 2030. It was tagged Mission 300, and as part of the initiative, the World Bank is pledging $30 billion. Welcome, this is Economy and Market on Business Day Television. We bring you a comprehensive breakdown of activities that have affected the economy over the past week. I'm your host, David Olujimi. On today's show, electricity is the core focus with major emphasis on the renewable energy drive propelled by international donors. We've seen barrages of renewable energy donations from Solar Energy for All to the Nigeria DS program by the World Bank that saw the World Bank commit $750 million to renewable energy solutions for rural Nigerians. Then last week on the sidelines of the African Energy Summit, we saw the World African Development Bank commit a further $1.1 billion to electrifying Africa. This is apart from a $1.2 billion commitment they made to renewable energy programs in Nigeria last year. These programs are the Nigeria Desert to Power Program and the Nigeria Grid Battery Energy Storage System. Essentially, within the context of renewable energy, we've seen commitments of over $3 billion in the last 1 year. Whether these funds are tied to Mission 300 are yet to be spelled out. Also, the performance benchmark for assessing these funds in these initiatives are some of the information that we are yet to access. And on the show today, we have a guest who would help provide clarity to some of the nuances and context behind solar energy drive in Nigeria. On the show this morning, we have Oluwatobi Soyombo, who serves as the head of growth and business operations at Haven Hill Synergy Limited. Haven Hill Synergy Limited is one of the leading solar mini grids companies in Nigeria. They've become quite synonymous with solar mini grids in Nigeria, as they've been able to electrify over 20 healthcare facilities across the country. I'm talking about hospitals, primary healthcare center, and most recently the Ado Bayero Mall in Kano, where they had a solar mini grid of 1 megawatt, quite a lot. They were also impressively, Haven Hill was one of the 5 mini grid developers that signed a $72 million agreement with IFC, that's the International Finance Corporation, last weekend on the sidelines of the Africa Energy Summit in Tanzania. Thank you, Oluwatobi, for joining us this morning.
It's my pleasure. Good morning.
Okay, please, you would have to be audible a little bit so we can hear you well.
Yes, it's my pleasure, David. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, so let's get straight into it with Tanzania. That was quite a vote of confidence from the IFC. So what are your plans? What are the plans of Haven Hill going forward?
Thank you very much. So as we're an energy access company, and as you know, and as you also said during your opening monologue, energy access is a big problem in Nigeria. Between 80 to 90 million, maybe even more, people in Nigeria at the moment do not have access to electricity. And by that, I'm not even talking about those in the urban areas where supply is a bit intermittent. I'm talking about people who don't even have access to the grid at all. There are villages and communities spread across the country who are not even connected at all to the national grid. So as a company, our objectives are very simple: to connect as many people as we can in as many communities as we can across the country. So what you saw last week is a strong commitment and boost towards achieving that mission. So our plans going forward is to implement our strategy to increase the pace of energy access and close that gap as quickly as possible across the country.
Okay, so now I would want to understand the Nigeria DARES program. Your company is one of the few mini grid companies, one of the few solar mini grid suppliers in Nigeria that are working in tandem with REA, that's the Rural Electrification Agency, to achieve in line with this $750 million. This is a business show, so we like to talk about the figures. There's not a lot of publicly available information about the framework of this program. And also, follow up to that question is your company accessing these funds through a loan from our banks in Nigeria, or are the state government custodians of these funds?
So the DARES program, I'll start from, I think that's the first question. So the DARES program is a World Bank funded initiative. As you said earlier, it's about $750 million. It has different components, but the 3 major components would be the solar hybrid mini grid, the standalone solar systems, and then the technical assistance component. So it's funded by the World Bank, but implemented by the REA in Nigeria, the Rural Electrification Agency in Nigeria. So it's designed as a subsidy for, at least a portion of that is designed as a subsidy for private companies that want to solve this big energy gap, that energy problem that we have across the country. So, I mean, and it's got a very, very big target. So, for instance, we are aware that they're trying to to target about 1,225 mini grids and ensure that over 465 megawatt of new energy systems are delivered over the next 5 years. And that the DES program is also an offshoot of the NEP, which came first. So the NEP was about $350 million, of which companies like ours also access that that subsidy over the last three years. So, but over the last 5 years actually, and then that has come to an end. Then, so DES has been launched, which is even bigger. So the framework is very simple. Companies are allowed to identify communities that do not have access to electricity. You build out your systems, and then you claim the subsidy. So that is the performance-based grants component. So there are different components under the mini grid grant, under the mini grid part of the DES. So the PBG is one of it. So where you as a company are allowed to identify any community across the country and deploy your solar systems there, get them connected, build out the distribution network, and then roll out all of the electricity connections, and then you get paid an amount per connection. So, and that amount ranges between $400 to $600, depending on the kind of community, depending on the location of the community. And it is also, interestingly, designed to target the last mile connectivity. So, for example, if you are targeting connections that are in the maybe far north, like the last mile communities in any part of the country that you can imagine, especially the northern part, you will get the upper limit of 600. Whereas if you're targeting peri-urban communities close to maybe major urban centers, you would expect that your subsidy will be much lower than that 600. Now, that's the PBG component of it. There's also the minimum subsidy tender. So where companies, instead of choosing communities that they just want anywhere across the country, the government itself, the REA, already predetermined certain locations and certain communities, and they put all of that into a cluster and share the data, the energy needs in those communities, the details and the demographics, everything for those particular communities, and then invite companies to bid for those to be able to get the subsidy. So as the name implies, it's minimum subsidy tender. So the goal there is to find a least cost model of serving those communities. So if 50 companies apply, there's a high chance that the company that requires the least amount of subsidy will be preferred, just to make the entire initiative efficient. So, but there's also the solar home systems component as well. We don't play very much in that space, but it's also similarly designed. So where you also have a PBG component of that as well, where solar home systems companies across the country can also identify communities and areas where they want to deploy their systems to, and for each of the systems that they deploy, they get an amount per connection as well. So that's just a quick summary of the DES program. Now, to come to your follow-up question of whether our company whether we access loans through financial institutions, or maybe if this is just tailored towards the state governments. No. So the DES initiative is primarily aimed at private companies that have a mission of increasing energy access. So it's not to the best of my knowledge, it's not designed for state government or local governments to access. So, but like I said earlier, there's a component of it called the performance-based grant. So where it is based on performance. So it's not a government contract where you just apply and then you get awarded an amount, and like the typical government contract that we know. Instead, you are required to go and raise commercial capital, or use part of your own working capital to build out the systems. And once you've built them out, once you have delivered, you are then entitled to the subsidy. So and that subsidy is also designed, it's on a per connection basis. So the fact that you have this large solar plant also does not really entitle you to that subsidy unless you can actually show evidence of the connections that you have. That is, a connection will be equal to 1 meter. So for each customer that you meter, then the government pays that subsidy. So what we have done is that for our first portfolio, which we utilize the first subsidy regime called the NEP. So that for that one, we had to approach a local lender called NIDF, Nigeria Infrastructure Debt Fund, which is managed by Chapel Hill Denham. So we approached them, and we raised about 2 billion naira to be able to be, of course, that's not the total capex, that's just the debt component. And then when we got the subsidy, of course, it's an 8-year facility that has now even been repaid.
Okay.
So and that is the same structure for most of the companies that I'm aware of as well. So for instance, we've seen the.
So Toby,
Yeah,
thank you so much for that explanation. It really brings a lot of clarity. What I want you to just give us a brief breakdown of some measurable impacts that let's say your company through the DARES program has had on Nigerian communities. Can you share a specific success story for us?
Yes. So the DARES program is just launching. So all companies are just going through the qualification process at the moment. But I can talk about impact generally. And since you asked about a specific story, there's a story that I like to share of a woman called Mrs. Blessing in a community called Kigbe in the suburbs of Abuja. When we got to that community, there was no business at all. We didn't find any micro business or anything. When they rely on other communities for basic needs, buying small grocery items and the like. So when we got there, once we built out the entire grid and set up our solar farm, we met this young woman who approached us and said she would love to start a grocery store, but she doesn't have the capital. And prior to this, now it was an idea that she had previously, but she just couldn't afford to set it up. And there was no electricity to even power a fridge to be able to sell cold drinks and the like. So what we did was that we seated her with a fridge and some startup capital. And fast track 3 years later, we found out that almost all the young women in that community had the same desire as her. And not just that they had the desire, most of them, a number of them have now gone ahead to also set up their own small business in their own way. And today, Mrs. Blessing is one of our commercial customers. And from just one fridge and a few biscuits and the like, she has now grown her a small business into something that she now lives off. Initially, she was a farmer, but now she no longer has to spend a lot of time on the farm now. So for us, we see that the power of increasing energy access into a community is quite transformational. It changes the entire social demographics of the socioeconomic landscape of any community. And we see this kind of story all across. I can tell you stories of barbers who had nothing before, but whom, again, as a result of being connected to the grid, now have set up a barbing salon, and in addition to that, have even grown that from just one clipper to multiple clippers, and even to the point of hiring new people within the community. We have stories of welders as well. Welding is something you cannot get done unless you have access to reliable grid. So with our presence in those communities as well, we now have multiple welders who have not only converted from their old inefficient systems, now have more efficient welding machines provided by us as well, but of course powered by the grid that we supply. So there are countless stories. We power over 3,000 small businesses across all of our communities. And if I have to, in fact, I can even tell you the story of a pure water factory. You would think that a pure water factory should only exist in a peri-urban or in an urban area. But I can tell you today that we have rural communities, extreme villages in Nigeria today that are currently powered. Pure water factories are currently powered as a result of, in fact, not only that, the guy, I remember when last time we interviewed him, I remember him telling us that it was because of our intervention in that community that actually motivated him to expand the capacity of his pure water factory. And he's one of our biggest commercial customers at the moment. So yeah, time will not permit me to talk about all of these stories, but this is the transformational power of energy access for any rural community.
Thank you so much. One question I would like to talk about. So captive power plant there are systems that are very associated with solar mini grids, basically. And over the past few days, or experts in the line have been talking about how the government should start thinking of these captive power plants to address Nigeria's reliance on our unreliable grid. Our grid is basically unreliable. It crashes like once every AK market day. So are there plans to What do you have to say? Do you, apart from the primary healthcare center, because I actually went through and I noticed that Haven Hill has quite a bit of footing in the in electrifying healthcare centers. How can you adopt this model of captive power plants to beyond just healthcare facilities to now help industries? Maybe we can have a chain of small scale industries in communities like the success story you just talked about. Is there any plan to look for a model that can now scale up beyond healthcare facilities?
Oh, that's exactly what the plan is, and that is already in motion as I speak. At least for us as a company, that's a very big segment of the market that we are currently increasing our footprints in. You mentioned Adu Biorumo during your opening monologue as well, that we currently power. That's an example of a large scale. A medium scale, large scale is I mean, it would be way more than 1 megawatt, but that's an example of the differences that you're talking about between a 10 kilowatt system powering a primary healthcare facility and a 1 megawatt powering an entire mall. Adubayoro Mall is perhaps one of the largest malls in, I mean, we hear it's the largest, but depending on the metrics that you're using, the largest mall in Nigeria. So, and we are currently powering that with a 1 megawatt system. We also have in farm milk, which is manufacturing, which is also large, another 1 megawatt system, farm milk based in your state, which is I think their primary factory for that region. So yeah, captive power plants I think are the future, especially centralized in a decentralized manner. It was much later. Fast forward a few decades later, that a large grid as we imagine today currently was. I mean, it was decades later, that we got what we have at the moment. So, but now I think the world is going back into companies designing power systems to meet their own specific needs, especially companies that are perhaps in areas where the grid is unable, where it's so expensive to extend the grid to them, or sometimes companies that just want to reduce their carbon footprint. I think the best way to go is solar, and we are currently speaking to a lot of these companies, and I think it's a big opportunity for them to tap into this. So yeah, so we have gone beyond just primary healthcare centers or just 5-10 kilowatt systems spread across the country. It's now about captive power for large manufacturing facilities and the industries as a whole. And I think that you will see that the Electricity Act as well recently passed will definitely accelerate that going forward.
So before we round up, I want to talk about our high upfront costs. High upfront costs. So basically, solar systems basically have this high upfront cost, but there's a thing about their lower long-term expenses. And one question that comes up is the total cost of your project compared to like a gas-powered or diesel-powered plant. What's the comparison between your, let's say, like you mentioned, 10 kilowatt plant compared to a diesel-powered plant of the same capacity? What's the how do I describe it now? What are the cost differentials basically? Let's say over a 10-year period, setting up one and managing one.
Yes, I can tell you this. So the upfront costs might be high for energy companies like us. So, but for manufacturing companies and other companies that want to adopt solar, if you talk to the right people, I do not think that your upfront costs are going to be high, because what needs to happen, the convention at the moment is that businesses and households in Nigeria at the moment are themselves the power company, which is you go to a generator seller, you buy the generator, and then you fuel it with diesel, and then you start generating your own power. But you have no, as a manufacturing company, you have no business doing that. Instead of pouring $1 billion into setting up a solar plant, what you do is that you call a company, like Haven Hill Synergy or any other company that tickles your fancy. You call them, and then you sign a power purchase agreement. So they invest their own capital. We would bring it on our own capital, set up that solar system for you, and we only sign a power purchase agreement with you.
Okay.
And that power purchase agreement is supposed to then last for 20 years. So if you look at the cost, what you will spend over a 20-year period, it will definitely be cheaper than what you would have spent on diesel. And I can run it. I can go through the economics for you, but I can see that our time is almost.
Yeah, our time is far spent. Yeah. So thank you very much, Mr. Toby Shuyombo from Haven Hill Synergy. It's great to see what you guys are doing, and for our viewers, we look forward to seeing and hearing from these companies and other renewable energy companies in Nigeria over the coming years. Thank you for joining us. See you again on Friday. This is Economy and Markets on Business Day TV. Good morning.
You are watching Business Day Television.
The future for financial services has to be bright in the near term with decent interest spreads. Analysts say the last decade has seen extensive digitization, which in many cases left customers sometimes alienated and missing the personal touch and engagement with the relationship manager. What artificial intelligence is now doing to make the difference is to restore the old, personalized and customized relationship, giving customer experiences that will rebuild lost trust, also in a way that is more cost efficient and which will also expand service and product possibilities. Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines. In this episode, we look at the future of banking and the emergence of a different world order as trade tariffs lead to negotiations between the two largest economies in the world. According to the Accenture latest study on banking in 2030, banks are increasingly able to deliver inclusive, personalized, and proactive services for individuals and businesses across the globe. Non-traditional players will continue to reshape the financial landscape, compelling more innovation from the traditional banks. Scale will continue to be an advantage as the largest institutions leverage unmatched efficiencies, technological innovation, and global reach to outpace competition and reshape the financial landscape. Also, the trend is in using artificial intelligence fully integrated into all aspects of service delivery and the backroom to deliver hyper-personalized banking experiences, with customers being able to design their own financial portfolio with tailored products, dynamic pricing, and customized advice. The greatest contribution of AI will, however, be to drive revenue and growth. Toludeke Oluyemi Adin Moshun, senior partner at Veraki Partners, a leading African business solutions company, says the utility of AI for advisory and decision-making is as relevant in banking as any sector. The foundation for AI is data and establishing trends from data to interpret and predict, adding that the relevance of AI for Nigerian banks will be determined also by quality of the data and application to decision making. In summary, the overall consensus is that banking will not just continue to thrive as interest rates remain most likely higher for longer. Services will aim to restore the personal touch of the past with the new automation architecture using artificial intelligence. Toluleke comments on the outlook and trends focusing on financial services in Nigeria.
There's no doubt that 2024 was a landmark year in the Nigerian economy, and especially in the financial system. In the financial services system, we had the mandatory increase, the announcement of the increase in the minimum capitalization requirements of licensed banks. But perhaps more fundamentally, there was a very marked change in the industry landscape and the emergence of what I would call the payment bank, the transaction fulfillment bank, which in some instances were actually not banks at all, but transaction fulfillment organizations that provided the point of execution services for payment and settlement. So we have the POS operators, we have the online payment companies, we have the instant settlement payment business. Those, I think, were the winners in 2024, as we saw increasingly a shift to card and electronic money settlement, a shift away from the check rail. And while we still remain a cash dominant economy, increasingly we are seeing a lot more transactions being completed on the electronic digital payment rails. So I think the NIF report in 2024, as well as CBN analysis, I don't have to have the numbers now, reported a significant increase in electronic settlement across all the digital payment channels. Now, you asked about winners as well as losers. I don't think really it's a question of losers as much as missed opportunity. And the reason why I say that is that one of my favorite quotes is from the founder of Virgin Atlantic, Richard Branson, that says that opportunity is like the London bus. You missed one, another one comes around in another 5 minutes. All that is important is that you need to know where you're going, and you need to be at the right stop. There will be another opportunity around the corner. So what might have been the areas of opportunity missed for financial services system? I would say, in my opinion, it has to be in business banking. It has to be in the absence of offering and proposition to address the value chain of business banking in the Nigerian economy. There was a recent article in the Economics that said that one of the problems with Africa, and I will say very relevant to Nigeria, is that we have too many businesses, but too little business. The scale and the size of our businesses make it challenging for the economy to grow and achieve the increase in productivity that is necessary to generate and build wealth that will make us more prosperous as an economy. Now, is there a role for the financial system, and is there a play for the financial system in increasing the offerings to support businesses to grow and achieve scale by addressing the entire value chain, cash to order, inventory management that is necessary to drive the growth of the business sector, be it the large corporates, be it SMEs, the individual businesses. I would say that perhaps that is the opportunity for financial services, and that is where the bank that gets that right will be the winner in 2025 and going forward.
As a more multipolar world emerges, the new United States has less ambition to set the rules and norms or act as world police. Trump, if we take him literally, understands the need to restore what he has called a golden age, as he sees the past role of the United States in, say, Ukraine or NATO coming at an economic cost, which is somewhat debatable given the fact that the US economy is outperforming most other allies like Europe But this is not about the Eurozone. Trump is perhaps right in saying that the globalization in the last decade favored the rise of China in a way no one could have anticipated. Trump now wants to renegotiate the US position and its obligations in a fundamentally different way from what we have seen since Bretton Woods after the Second World War, and possibly dismantle the old order that the US invented and birth a new world order in which China and the BRICS alliance cannot be allowed to lead. The first salvo of tariff hikes by Trump could be more to provoke the kickoff of the reset that he wants to see, and is perhaps less about just deficits or fentanyl, nor is it about Canada, Mexico, or Europe. It is about the rise of China and the BRICS alliance. Still on tariffs, most analysts already anticipated a material but gradual stepping up of US import tariffs on China to an average effective tariff rate of 45% by the second quarter of 2026. While talks between Trump and Xi may smoothen to some extent the risk of a further escalation for now, Trump stated earlier this week that he sees the 10% tariffs as a first salvo, with tariffs on China potentially moving much higher if no agreement is reached. All this comes with a lot of collateral damage as US companies exposed to China increasingly begin to feel the heat. China has started an antitrust probe into internet search engine giant Google. Beijing also added 2 US companies to its unreliable entity list, Calvin Klein owner PVH and biotechnology company Illumina. Australia has joined the US Navy and Italian government in banning Beijing's DeepSeek from all government devices and systems over what it says is the security risk the Chinese artificial intelligence startup poses. S&P 500 and the Nasdaq closed up yesterday, looking beyond Trump tariffs. After the bell, Alphabet shares were down more than 6%. That was in after-hours trading as revenue missed, though earnings beat expectations, while the cloud business growth slowed down. Alphabet reported Q4 earnings of $2.15 a share on revenue of $96.47 billion, below expectations of $96.68 billion. Also, though the Google Cloud business in Q4 posted a 30% increase to almost $12 billion, this was under the 35% growth in Q3 and also under the $12.2 billion analysts forecasted. YouTube advertising revenue, however, came in at $10.47 billion, beating estimates of $10.23 billion. The semiconductor company AMD reported Q4 earnings per share of $1.09, beating estimates on revenue at $7.7 billion, also above analysts' expectations of $7.5 billion. AMD shares initially rose as much as 3% in after-hours trading. That was just after the release. PepsiCo beat Wall Street estimates for Q4 profit but missed on revenue. Revenue at $27.78 billion was slightly below the expectations of $27.89 billion and was impacted by low demand in the North American market after incidents involving product recalls in 2024. Shares of PayPal sank as adjusted earnings came in at $1.21 billion below the $1.44 billion expected, though it reported $8.37 billion in revenue for the fourth quarter, up 4% from last year and better than expected. PayPal 2025 projections also showed adjusted earnings per share short of expectations. Japan's Nissan called off merger talks with rival Honda, abandoning a tie-up that would have created the world's number 3 automaker. Asia share markets were mixed, with some relief that China was somewhat restrained in its retaliation against US tariffs. Markets are puzzled by Donald Trump's sudden suggestion that the United States take over the Gaza Strip. There has been no obvious reaction in oil prices. The American Petroleum Institute, API, however, estimated that U.S. crude oil inventories rose by 5.025 million barrels for the week ending January 24th, much more than expected, weighing on prices. Brent crude in early trade slightly down at over $76 per barrel. Well, that's it on this episode of Global Business Insight. You can watch us on Business Day TV YouTube channel Monday to Friday at 11 a.m. West Africa time. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosami. Bye-bye.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
I walked into the doctor's office and there were two doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down and said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry. And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And this sudden, strange peace just came over me. And so I sat down back in the chair and said to the doctor, okay, what's the plan?
Wow.
And they were shocked. This is where I'm going to advise people. Whenever you go and get results and there's more than one doctor, know that there's fire on the mountain. I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years. And by God's grace, that's all behind me. Where cancer is concerned, don't cut and paste somebody else's treatment.
Right.
Because every single diagnosis is different. Pray every step of the way. Pray for the doctors that will treat you. Pray for the things that will be used to you. And then just surround yourself with things that make you happy. Because once you're mentally and emotionally alert and happy, that even just helps your body with healing too.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
On behalf of our author and Business Day, I unveil this book and recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and Israel. As a foundation. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogun, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service on both the supply side and the demand side that to be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services, there's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria. And yet, everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome back. This is the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Ubonam. Let's look at what's making the top headlines today. FG to issue 785 billion naira bonds to clear pension debts. NERC releases new power tariff hike guidelines for discourse. Crude producers diverting 500,000 BPD meant for local refineries, Petroan alleges. Philippines feud escalates as lawmakers vote to impeach vice president. Kelechi Iheanacho returns to England, joins Middlesbrough on loan. We begin the news in Nigeria, where the federal government announced plans to issue bonds worth 758 billion naira to settle outstanding pension debts. Wale Edun, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, revealed this during a press briefing in Abuja yesterday. Speaking after the 23rd Federal Executive Council meeting at the Aso Rock Villa, Edun explained that these bonds will clear debts from the old defined benefit scheme, which existed before the contributory pension scheme was introduced in 2004. The minister explained that the debts accumulated because of regular wage increases over the years. Moving on, Nigeria's electricity regulator released new rules about how electricity prices will be changed as people are concerned about potential price increases. The head of NERC, Sanusi Garba, explained that according to the 2023 Electricity Act, they must make sure electricity companies can cover their responsible costs, make enough money to keep operating, and earn a fair profit on their investments. NERC uses the multi-year tariff order to set electricity prices with a major review of prices every 5 years. Electricity companies are notified a year before any big price change, who are then given 120 days to submit paperwork showing why they need price changes. When requesting price changes, companies must provide their financial records, plans, and prove they talk to their customers about the changes. Still on, the Petroleum Products Retail Outlets Owners Association of Nigeria has alleged that oil producers are diverting the daily 500 barrels of crude oil meant for local refineries. The association said this while commending the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission for banning the export of crude oil allocated to local refineries. Petroan said the move is expected to boost local refining capacity, reduce the importation of refined petroleum products, and ease pressure on foreign exchange supply. According to Petroan, many refineries have been abandoned due to the failure of oil producers to obey to the domestic crude supply obligation. In a statement by its publicity secretary, Joseph Obele, the association alleged racketeering, saying oil producers prioritize quick dollar earnings over the government's efforts to boost local refining capacity. To end the local news, Kenya Airways has apologized to the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority over the mistreatment of Nigerian passenger Gloria Omisore and for issuing a misleading statement on the incident. The apology followed a meeting between the airline's management and the NCAA's officials in Abuja yesterday. The NCAA's Director of Consumer Protection and Public Affairs, Michael Achimugu, disclosed this in a post on his official X handle. He noted that his role was to protect all aviation stakeholders, including passengers and airlines, while upholding the regulations of the Civil Aviation Authority. On the foreign scene, Philippines Parliament has voted to impeach Vice President Sara Duterte following complaints about alleged corruption. Duterte, has been accused of misusing millions of dollars in public funds and threatening to have President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. assassinated. She has denied the charges and alleged that she is a victim of political vendetta. The shock move is widely seen as an escalation of the Tatars' bitter feud with Marcos, which has kept the nation on edge for months. A total of 215 out of 306 members of the House of Representatives voted for impeachment, while above one-third threshold needed for the bill to pass. Now to sports. Nigerian striker Kelechi Iheanacho has returned to England, completing a loan move to Championship side Middlesbrough from Sevilla. The 28-year-old forward, who previously enjoyed successful spells with Manchester City and Leicester City, will spend the remainder of the season with the Teesside club. Iheanacho's time in Spain was short-lived, making just 9 appearances and scoring 3 goals for Sevilla after joining them on a free transfer from Leicester City in July 2024. However, Middlesbrough manager Michael Carrick expressed his delight to securing Iheanacho's services. These are the headlines on the BDTV News this afternoon. More updates to come in very soon. Don't go away.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. if you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
I walked into the doctor's office and there were two doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down and said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry. And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And this sudden, strange peace just came over me. And so I sat down back in the chair and said to the doctor, okay, what's the plan?
Wow.
And they were shocked. This is where I'm going to advise people. Whenever you go and get results and there's more than one doctor, know that there's fire on the mountain. I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years. And by God's grace, that's all behind me. Where cancer is concerned, don't cut and paste somebody else's treatment.
Right.
Because every single diagnosis is different. Pray every step of the way. Pray for the doctors that will treat you. Pray for the things that will be used to you. And then just surround yourself with things that make you happy.
Yeah.
Because once you're mentally and emotionally alert and happy, that even just helps your body with healing too.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
My name is Olubusayo Adedi, the CEO of Sirius Group Africa. We are a pan-African innovative investment banking firm involved in advisory and trusteeship and equally asset management. And also we have our player in serving the SME space through our microfinance bank platform.
We are into innovative financial services and providing solutions across Africa and also empowering Africa prosperity. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. Congratulations on winning the fastest growing corporate trustees in Nigeria award 2024. And can you tell us what this award means to you?
Yeah, this award actually is the second time in a row. We won it last year as well. And that shows the appreciation of our services for the market. Okay. We are very proud of actually having this award in our group. The trust firm has actually been doing wonderfully well. And through that, we have brought innovative products into the market. And this award actually shows that, yes, the market has received our products very well. And it shows to us that we're to do more and to continue to actually commit to innovative products in trust services in Nigeria and even across Africa.
Yeah, corporate trusteeship is not. What do you do? What is
okay. As corporate trusteeship, there are 3 levels of trusteeship. We have the public trust space, we have the corporate trust space, and then we have the private trust space. In the public trust space, we serve as intermediary and represent investors in public issuances like government bonds as well. And in the corporate trust space, we serve as security trustees, whereby organizations who come to the market to actually raise funds, put securities in trust of trustees, and also we represent the interest of the borrowers, who actually ensures we represent the interest of the lenders and ensuring that the borrowers actually repay, and then in case of default, the lenders are not left without a security in place. So the trustees actually fill that space of ensuring and bringing comfort into the venture transaction. And also in the private trustees, we manage estates, and then we help people to actually plan for their future. And also we hold assets on behalf of beneficiaries. So that's what we basically do. What we have done is to actually bring innovative way, introduce technology to this process, and also we actually brought collaborative ways by which the services are rendered, and then the needs of the investors are met equitably.
What would you say will be the 3 biggest deals you've done in the last?
Okay, in a couple of years that we've been involved in about 2 very big deals. Most especially this year, we're involved in the 22.5 billion transaction by one of the state governments in Nigeria, and also the first state green bonds. We are also on that transaction. That is still in the works, but since our inception, about 3 years ago, when we joined the trusteeship industry, we have actually been involved in different large transactions, which I cannot. But like I mentioned, it's 22.5 billion, and then there is another 20 billion that we're involved in as well.
Yeah, and then where do you see the next milestones you're working toward?
Okay, in terms of
without avoiding secrets anyway.
The next milestone or the next trajectory we have actually set for ourselves, we want to be one of the 3 top trusteeship company in Nigeria within a space of our 5 years operation. Now we are 3 years. Between now and the 5th year of operation, we want to be among the top 3 trust companies, if not the first. And also, we're not looking at operating within Nigeria alone. We are looking at growing into the emerging market in Africa, because Africa's prosperity is actually our watchword. We believe that fixing Africa's infrastructural gap can only be done by the Africans. Sure. Yeah. And so our coming into this space is to actually bridge whatever the gaps are, both within the Anglophone and the Francophone, within the African space. So our intention is to actually have a dominant place within the financial services sector in both Nigeria and Africa.
Thank you very much. Congratulations once more, sir.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
I walked into the doctor's office and there were two doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down. I said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry. And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And this sudden, strange peace just came over me. And so I sat down back in the chair and said to the doctor, okay, what's the plan?
Wow.
And they were shocked. This is where I'm going to advise people. Whenever you go and get results and there's more than one doctor, know that there's fire on the mountain. I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory. We're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years. And by God's grace, that's all behind me. Where cancer is concerned, don't cut and paste somebody else's treatment.
Right.
Because every single diagnosis is different. Pray every step of the way. Pray for the doctors that will treat you. Pray for the things that will be used to you. And then just surround yourself with things that make you happy.
Yeah.
Because once you're mentally and emotionally alert and happy, that even just helps your body with healing too.
This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukeni Somuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating. As Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up, they've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So So my mom do, my grandma, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the clothes in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finish, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880, 880. It's now like 15,000, 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television.
Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics. I'm Inia Bonkiwok. The national leadership of the new Nigeria People's Party, loyal to the presidential candidate of the party in the 2023 general election, Musa Kwankwaso, and the camp loyal to the founder of the party, Boniface Aniabulam, have been embroiled in a power struggle over the control of the structure of the party, founded in 2022. Presently, the parties are in court and many state chapters are engulfed in crisis. It appears there is no hope in sight. The crisis is already threatening the NNPP's ability to rebuild and prepare for the 2027 general election. How can the NNPP navigate through this turbulent time? And what are the leaders of the party doing to resolve these contending issues? I'm being joined by a close ally of Musa Kwankwaso, and also a lawyer, and also the National Public Secretary of the party, Ladipo Johnson. Good afternoon, and welcome to the program. Ladipo Johnson, good afternoon. Are you hearing me?
Yes, good afternoon, sir. Thanks for having me.
Yes, quickly, how do you react to, I know the party is divided, but yesterday we saw the Boniface Aniabulan faction held a national convention in Apapa here in Lagos. I know your faction went to the Federal High Court in Abuja, stopping that convention, but it still went ahead, and they elected Agbo Major as the national chairman. How do you react to that?
Thank you very much. I want us to look at this thing clinical fashion. We don't have a faction. You understand? What we have, one NNPP, New Nigeria People's Party, that is recognized by the electoral umpire, INEC.
Yes.
That NNPP has a logo which is red and white, has an educational book and cap as logo. What you had in Lagos yesterday were expelled members of that NNPP who now say they had a meeting yesterday, not recognized by INEC. They had a meeting and they said they held elections. Whatever they did is not of concern to the standing and unity of the New Nigeria People's Party as recognized by INEC. You cannot stop people from standing outside, making themselves tools in the hands of opposition and becoming a nuisance, throwing stones at you. So we are doing our rebuilding. We are working towards 2027. It is without them, and most likely will continue to be without them.
So what you are saying is that the convention yesterday is not recognized by your faction or sponsored by the opposition, by the ruling party. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They are obviously working for some opposition, some other party. In many events that have occurred, I can give you like 3 examples. They have supported the position of the APC as against the position of the NNPP, where they held press conferences or actually instituted a court case, just like the APC did. This is in Kano, where they tried to stop the local government elections. So if you have those examples, you are bound to think that these people are definitely working against us. They're not our members. They're not trying to come back. They're trying to wrest power from us. They're doing all sorts of funny things. And they're going out to try to confuse the Nigerian people.
But we know there was disagreement in the formation of the
One
logo of the
Major
party.
is national chairman, one person is national secretary, etc.
We know there was
what's going on.
There was disagreement. Ania Bulam disagreed with Kwankwaso on the logo of the party. That was last year, April or so. And since then, they have not actually agreed on so many issues as concerned. And that was where the turning point was.
Bunam, as at the time that the logo of the party was changed in April 2024, not just the logo, the constitution, Anya Bunam was no longer a member of the party.
Why?
So
but he was the founder. Your factions
between you and I. Oh. Sorry, sir. The difference between us is I'm following the procedure and the law and the rule, and a lot of the press are based on, oh, these people were there. Oh, there's a disagreement. Oh, they don't agree with. Politics is about the majority deciding. If the majority of a party decides at a NEC meeting and subsequently at a convention, both NEC convention witnessed by INEC according to the Electoral Act, and they saw and took minutes, then what are we talking about?
He was suspended in that NEC meeting.
Suspended and subsequent from the party, along with people like Agbo Major and what have you.
Okay.
And you see the good thing, sir, is that they say they have expelled us. They've expelled the governor of Kano, Senator Kwankwaso, myself, and many others. Thank you. We're never a part of their society or club or whatever they call it. But one thing I know is that it isn't a political party, because there is no political party in Nigeria at the moment that has the name NNPP, that has a logo of basket of fruit. So whatever their contraption is, whether it is a social club, whether it is a religious club, or whatever you want to call it, it is not a political party.
We will come back to that issue. We will come back to that.
Of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Preparing for 2027 now, we were surprised some weeks ago when a lot of Nigerians were also surprised when Kwankwaso said he rubbished any opposition alliance against the ruling party. He said he doesn't trust Atiku and other leaders. What does it mean? It appears he is not interested in the merger. What do you read into his? You are a close ally of him. What do you read into the Kwankwaso speech?
I don't think that is what he meant. I think that context was probably from the fact that some were saying there was a meeting and we were not part of the meeting. You understand? And he went on to say that, look, I don't trust some of them. Some of them are worse than the people they say they want to take out of government. They want to get government from. So that is the context in which he spoke. He's not saying he doesn't trust all of them or what have you. And that doesn't mean he's not working towards coming into agreement with various people to form a proper, viable, vibrant opposition party that will be in a position to take over government come 2027.
So what you are saying is that Kwankwaso is favorably disposed to have an alliance for 2027.
Definitely, we've always said that. He said that all along. He said that all along.
But in recent times, What do you think? What do you think would likely be the challenge that opposition alliance or the opposition may face in forming alliance against the APC? What do you think is likely to be any challenge that may come along the way?
It's the usual thing. You know, we're all from different parts of the country. Parties are strong in different parts. The sentiments that were prevalent in the country in 2023, 2022, 23, might not be the same sentiments we have right now. So all those things, maybe the ego of the individuals involved, things like that will always be a stumbling block to a coming together. But I believe that everyone realizes that this country needs to be saved and rescued from the southward trajectory that we are at the moment, economically, security-wise, and the welfare of the people-wise at the moment. So we all realize that whatever must be done, give and take, so that we can come together and give the people of Nigeria an alternative to the All Progressives Congress that they have now.
So many Nigerians have expressed concern that without holistic electoral reform ahead of 2027, any alliance by the opposition against the APC may not work. What is your take on this?
My take on that is that we always say that. Now, look, if there is no holistic electoral reform, do we go and sit down and do we go and sit down and fold our arms? If the APC does not want to be removed from government, if they do not want to lose the election, will they allow holistic electoral reforms? So mine is that look at the worst case scenario, but continue to work, continue to educate people, reorientation, spread the gospel of your manifesto to the people of Nigeria. Let them understand that you can bring about the changes that they need, the positive changes that they need, not the sort of change that was brought by
we saw obstacle election.
We have to move ahead or forge ahead, no matter what.
We saw obstacle election in Kogi, Bayelsa, also saw in Edo. Are you comfortable with the way the election was conducted by INEC?
Well, I am not particularly enamored by the way elections have been conducted, especially the main election in 2023. I wasn't too happy about it. I know what I saw here in Lagos and everything. But you hope that by the time we come to 2027, there will be an improvement in the way the election is conducted. But what is more important for me is the improvement that we require in the mass of citizens of this country who will participate, who will come out to vote. A change in their understanding so that they understand properly the concepts of democracy, so that they understand that their votes should not be for sale. They have to understand that. Unfortunately, a large chunk of the Nigerian voters do not understand that. A lot of them are still waiting to receive 5,000, 3,000, 10,000 gari, rice, and what have you from people. And once that is done, your vote has been bought, and you do not benefit anything for the next 4 years. we really have to work towards educating ourselves about that and making sure that we make it an issues-based election or issues-based elections, so that it is not about the fact that he is my Muslim brother or my Christian brother or he's from the Southwest or from the Northeast or whatever, but it is about Nigeria and programs that are being pledged. Are they realistic? Can this person take us there? Does he have the track record or does she have the track record? These are the things that it should be about.
All right, let's still watching Inside Politics. We take a short break and we'll come back. Adipa Johnson is still with us.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
All right, you're still watching Inside Politics. I'm in your bongi work. I've been speaking with Adipa Johnson. He's a key ally of Rabiu Kwankwaso. He's also a lawyer and the National Public Secretary of the New Nigeria People's Party. Adipa Johnson, are you on the line? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm still here.
Thanks for being on the program. Yes, sir. We saw what is happening in Kano State. We have been seeing crisis. The state governor Abba Yusuf have been at loggerhead with some party leaders who are not comfortable the way they say Kwankwaso is having an overbearing influence of the party, running the party in the state. We saw the former SSG who was removed from office by the governor. That's Abdullahi Bichi, several other chieftains, Madaki. They are all planning to defect. Bichi has moved to the Boniface Anebulan camp. Madaki is a former House of Rep member, still a House of Rep member, has also defected to the APC. Several members are loggerhead with the governor and Kwankwaso, the way they are running the party in the state. What is your take on what is happening in Kano State? Hello, sir. Are you with us, sir? Are you hearing me, sir? Okay, maybe we take a short break and we'll be right back.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation.
You are watching BusinessDay Television.
I'm still watching Inside Politics. I've been speaking with Adipo Johnson, the National Public Secretary of the New Nigeria People's Party. He's been reacting to the before we went on a short break due to he's been speaking about the crisis of rocking the party in Kano State, and recently the governor removed the SSG, who has now defected to the Boniface Aniabunan camp. Mr. Ladipo, how do you react to that?
How do
you react to the defection or the movement of the former SSG to the Boniface Aniabunan's camp or faction?
Well, thank you very much. I must say that these things are normal, in quotes, in our climate. They're normal in the Nigerian political setup. You find people who have aspirations for one thing or the other. If they feel, some of them, if they feel that the generality of the party is not going in the direction that they want to go for their own peculiar reasons, then they begin to throw stones, cast aspersions, and then move wherever they want to move. You cannot stop people from moving. But I tell you, the movement of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people is not a crisis. It's a normal thing in these climes, because if you knew the amount of people, especially the young professionals that are moving into the NNPP in Kano State, then you wouldn't even say that the NNPP is in crisis at all. We feel stronger than ever that come 2027, the party will retain Kano and will win even more seats than we won in 2023.
Quickly, sir.
The reason is that, as I sorry?
Quickly, Bichi said he was removed. We don't have much time. Bichi said he was removed because he felt Kwankwaso was controlling the party. He was having overbearing influence on the party, and he felt that he needed to give the governor, free hand to do his work.
No, you see, talk is cheap. People talk, especially after incidents have happened. They will always look for one excuse or the other. What overbearing influence does Kwankwaso have? Did he have an overbearing influence when Bichi got his nomination? and other people got their nomination? Is that what happened? You understand? You see, politics is such that people can be unfair at times. They have an incident that occurred, they're unhappy about it, maybe a primary election or something, and you feel your own followers should be candidates for maybe chairmanship or what have you. If it doesn't work that way, then you begin to throw stones and say that someone has an overbearing influence. How about the influence of the leaders in each local government?
With all this,
the majority in that local government.
Yes, with all this.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying that is what caused it. I'm just giving you an example of what could have caused issues to arise.
With all this crisis, with all this crisis rocking the NNPP, don't you think the party, a lot of Nigerians are not really happy? They think probably this is the time the party should be consolidating on the achievement of in 2020 general election, building structures at the grassroots and across the country.
Yes, we are.
But rather, the parties appear more divided now.
We are doing our best. We are doing our best to consolidate on the gains we had at the last elections, and we will consolidate on those gains. However, you have people within and without, on the outside as well, who, as I said earlier, have made them. So they are the ones who will not try to cause crisis, try to cause problems. But as I said earlier, look at it in its proper context. The NNPP is not in crisis. We're not in crisis, but we're under attack from people by people from the outside.
Are you saying you agree with the speech of El-Rufai and Atiku last week that the opposition party are being attacked by the ruling party?
Yes. Hello.
Do you agree to what El-Rufai said and Atiku said last week, that opposition parties are being attacked?
Oh, look, we are under attack. I know about us. I don't know if or how much was given to anyone, either inside or expelled or outside, who is helping to attack us. But I know we are under attack. And your guess is as good as mine as to whether the people who are casting aspersions, throwing stones at us, whether they have been paid or not. But I know that we are under attack. I've seen enough to know that we are under attack. There's no doubt about it. And we will ride the tide, we will survive it, and not only survive it, we shall excel.
So what does this portend for our democracy? If all the opposition are in trouble, 2027 is not far from now, how do they compete? What does this portend for Nigerian democracy?
Well, as the saying goes, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. I'm not one that cries and cries. It is left to the opposition to get up, get their acts together, and politically fight the APC and make sure that we make this president a one-term president. It's as simple as that. We have to do that. And there's still enough time to do that.
Are you happy with Tinubu reforms? Are you happy with administration reforms?
I wouldn't be saying that. I wouldn't be saying we should make him a one-term president if I were happy with his reforms. What reforms?
I mean, all across sector, subsidy removal, we've seen.
Well, I have mistakenly taken the word reforms to mean improvement in government. That's why I asked what. I have looked at his activities, and I'm willing to give him some time till May 2025, when his administration would be at midterm. From May we reserve the right to begin to tell him that, oh, you have done well in this sector. Oh, you are leading us backwards in this sector. So he still has some time. He has said we should be patient. We should look at what they're doing. It will do this, it will do that. Okay, we've waited. But as you well know, especially in those days, it is the midterm. You look at the midterm report card of the student, of your child, of your ward, and say, no, you're not doing well. You have to improve this before final exams. So that is where we're at. We're waiting for it. We do not think things are going the way they ought to. Look at insecurity. Inflation is still at 30-something, 35% or what have you. All those things are there. But as I said, let's give them till May.
Finally, sir, I know it's not your party. How do you react to the issue in Lagos, the crisis over the speakership in Lagos State House of Assembly? Obasa was impeached in January, and in recent days we've been hearing rumor that some people want him back, and some people are holding meetings somewhere with some people to give him a soft landing. How do you react to what have happened? Quickly, within a minute. Our time is up.
You can see the smile on my face, sir. How would you react? How would you react?
It's a drama to all of us.
The opposition, if they are the ones actually they are the ones sponsoring people against us. If they were or are the ones, then I would be smiling as well. That, oh, so what goes around comes around. Yes, they have their internal problems. I hope everything is done in accordance with the rule of law. That I want as a negotiator, that even if you're going to impeach someone, you impeach him in accordance with the rules of the House of Assembly, etc. But any turmoil in the APC is good for us, the opposition. That's the political answer to that.
Thank you very much, Ladipo Johnson, National Public Secretary of the New Nigeria People's Party, a lawyer and a close ally of Rabiu Kwankwaso. Thanks for joining us once again, sir. That's the program for this week, Inside Politics. My name is Inyo Bongiwok. Join me same time next week.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the